Hello, everybody. On today's Let's Talk FGO, we're finally going to talk about Lostbelt 6, Act 1. Knock on my desk very loudly. Ow, I hurt my knuckles a little. I don't have a wooden desk. It's like a laminate. Anyway, hello. Hi, we're live. I am one of your hosts. I am the icon of being on fire, Omega. And with me, as always, the icon of tyranny, Lucky.
Hello, everybody. I hope you're enjoying Fate Grand Order, aka Sakura Season. And while we here at Studio Mega like to bring you the latest in FGO-related news and memes, we will be talking about current and future events with the JP and EM version of the game, so anyone not wanting spoilers should build up an army.
Once again, our intent is that spoiler warning is not for show. It will be very real later, but hopefully most of you are caught up on the thing.
Hopefully.
For reasons. But yes, we're back. We are once again live, this time actually on a Friday evening. Right about now is when we usually record the show. Not live, though our patrons do get to listen in. Because we have to be in a Discord call and stuff. But we're continuing to do a live stream. Because there's a lot of it. Technically, there's even more than there was last time. Because Act 2 dropped, and both of us have started that. I don't know how far we'll go there. If we get that far, we'll have to see on the timing. But there's some notes there, so we could start chipping into that, but we'll see. Before we go much further, I would like to remind you this episode is brought to you by our lovely patrons, like, but not limited to, Adam DeHarp, Black as Doji, Call Me Zen, Carlos, Dragon, Ferris, Play Size Bird, Jeremy Vasquez, JDV9000, Just the Fate, Senval, Chris Starlight, Legendary Boss Hunter, Liam Kessler, Regent Raptor, Rise of Kenji, Rogue Robin, Trevor, Sean Pryor, some guy named Bob, and Varian the Crow. Thank you very much for your support, everybody.
Thank you.
Alright, and that saves me a tab I don't need. Okay, alright, where is we? Where is we? Well, right now, we is at... Wake the fuck up, Senpai, regular pro tips.
Pro tips.
I have a simple pro tip. We're not done with Act 2, but some people are. And, very cleanly, the end of Act 2 lets you know that Act 3 will be on the 10th of July. So there you go. There's your time frame. If everybody's wondering when banners are going to hit, it's going to be then.
It's going to be then.
So, yeah. That's just something to keep in mind if you're doing your time frame. I'm thinking then, depending on what we're doing, that means that the Act 3 pregame, because I have not covered that yet, and some of you may want to have some warnings about some bosses coming and stuff. That should probably take place on the 30th. But it might go to the 7th.
Omega, a question. When the fuck did we get fucking serpent mobs?
Oh, yeah. I don't know. What are you doing right now?
I'm doing Chiome's rank up right now.
They're pretty new. Were there giant snakes in India? I think there might have been snakes in India. This is definitely not the first time they've used that sprite, but
like
not very common. Oh, were they Christmas mobs with the Vritra?
Really?
That makes sense.
Okay.
Well, good.
Because I don't
use them.
Like I said, I don't remember these snakes.
They look vaguely familiar. Yeah, I guess they probably would have been like just in the story quests, maybe some of the free quests with the Vritra. Damn.
I'm sorry. Every time I see their fucking tongue out, I'm just thinking Yoshi. You just hear. Yeah. Every time. Okay. That has been solved. Sorry about that, but fucking... Oh, they were shadow mobs?
Were they shadow snakes? Okay, that probably makes sense. So they've never used these colors before. Well, good on them. Never throw away an asset you can reuse.
Snake!
Yep.
All right, I got it out.
Can you even move this? Yes. Okay. Where my tab on the show notes is located? Because I'm gonna fucking keep losing my place. Okay. All right. That's your pro tip. There you go. Your pro tip. That means it's time for a regular show on our regular achievement topic. Technically, I wrote my note. I note my rote last, but I'll add it in first because Lucky can do a little 1-2s. So in case you missed it. Which, actually, by the way, I should say, I said this on, like, Monday on Hollow Knight, but, way more of you watched this than that, unfortunately. Big Sag. Yes, I'm guilting you. But thanks to everybody who stuck out for like the extra 2 or 3 hours Lucky streams when I was exploded.
Zeus said no.
Good on Lucky as well for trying to stick it out for a couple of those hours. But I was without power for like 4 hours, so I didn't get it back until after midnight on my time.
Oof.
I read 2 novels in the space that my power was out. Okay. I didn't buy more books now. I completely demolished most of my backlog. But thanks everybody who stuck it out and rode out for that segment. But in case you missed it on that stream, I did in fact roll Morgan on stream with my 50 A's courts or whatever. And so over the past week, that's Smile Protected 10-10-10. So we're keep on moving on.
Yep. So with that, let's rewind a little bit. To me. So, as one would expect, Lucky did roll. I did roll. And hey, guys, guess what? I got my 6th Mordred. I have fucking broken that curse. I finally got my first USO. I'm a little nettled it was Mordred. But the MP6 Mordred was not what I was there for, so I got a lot more stuff. So, as well as my 6th Mordred, I got a Liz, a Valkyrie, 8 Percivals, and then a Melusine. I really hate double Lancer rate-ups. I really, really do.
It's probably the most cursed thing FGO ever does. It's always the double Lancer banners.
But I did get a Melusine. I have not had the opportunity to level either her or Percival yet. But I did take a certain reward that you get, Jesus, and did get my Super Orion to 10-10-10 because that man punches like a fucking brick house.
He feels very necessary for this Lostbelt. For reasons we probably won't be discussing tonight, but it sucks. Did you think the first half sucked, chat? It no, not. They got spookier in the second half, or the third half, third.
Part 2.
Lostbelt's weird. Anyway,
but if you're wondering about how much I spent on getting all that, the answer would be, 3 more big full packs. Price about, 88.15 good old USD. And so, upon looking at that, I looked back, I'm like, hey, well, Sarga, show me my credit report here. Show me my credit statement. And I tallied up, like, all the money I spent on just these 2 banners. Guys, I spent $798 on this fucking on these fucking 2 banners. Now, I'm gonna be real. That's actually probably pretty fucking good because I have NP3 Morgan. I got a 6 Morgan. I got a Scheherazade in there. I remember this. I got MP5 freaking Tamlin Gwaine, MP4 Tamlin Tristan. I have 1 Melusine. I got 8 Percivals and just a bunch of other SRs I don't remember off the top of my head. Statistically speaking, I made out pretty good. I didn't have to pity anyone. But still, I look at that number and I realize I got summer coming up. I got anniversary coming up. And we got Halloween coming up. I'm just thinking about like if this is gonna continue, my stomach is killing me. Because I don't want to walk away from summer or anniversary with just, an NP1 of the servants that I want. You guys knows which ones those are. So I'm just like, ugh!
And for summer comment specifically, there's no, not much of a real big opportunity for a repeat. There'll be a rerun banner, but then there'll be more bullshit next summer as well.
Yeah.
And there haven't been a separate raid up.
Listen, no, like I can't because next summer it's gonna be Summer Ibuki, and I'm all like, I flip the table and be like, how dare!
Yeah, there's a lot of good shit. It happens a lot, very seasonally, almost. In fact.
Ugh. So, honest. Luckily, like I said, I've already mitigated the damage. I got paid today, and I just threw $1,000 on my credit card. So I'm like, nope.
Jetch, back, back, get thee behind me. You make the sign of your wallet. Make credit demons go away. If people are like wanting to grill me, because I did scrape enough together for a roll on the Melusine banner. Or technically, want to be very French, as I said, I wanted Melusine, but
Melusine.
I don't know if I'm that French.
Is it Melusine? I always called it Melusine.
I double-checked. The preferred pronunciation is apparently Melusine. It is French.
Melusine. Okay.
Yeah. It's not Greek, so that we don't have to pronounce all the syllables.
Oh.
There's also a couple different spellings, like anything that's vaguely Celtic, but yeah. Check out Wanted. It's cool. People liked it. I was actually very surprised. It has not gotten more views than Morgan overall, but it was, for the first couple of hours, #1 over Morgan. So you guys were really eager to jump in there. That was good.
Death Serpent.
But yeah, I did a single 10 spin on that banner. Did not get any new servants, but it also wasn't a min. I got like 4 CEs. God, I cannot. I'm just, every time they announce a new banner with new CEs, I'm just out there sharpening my knife to fucking scratch some of these olds off there forever. If you have to see like an art, never have to see an Art of the Poisonous Snake, or a fucking whatever that one with Jack's Master is, or a Knight's Dignity ever again in my life.
By the way, that one's called a Gentle Touch. I know, because I see it a fucking lot.
Fuck, that one. Yeah, Gentle Touch. Fuck that one. Get out of here. I could like let MLB that like twice over. Yeah, so there'll probably be another Spindra for some news that we're talking about later, because as a unit, I think Melusine is very neat, and Percival seems cool, but right there. Oh, actually, never mind. I probably should have wrote so you didn't get that 5-star on Percival as well, but I did not, because they've been writing so much other stuff. Things continue to grind ever on.
Ever on.
For like 4 days, so we'll catch it at a later date. We're not going to run out of content for Let's Suck FGOs for a while. But alright, that means it's time to move on to...
Ooh, excuse me.
Did you finish your master missions? Probably. To complete your master missions this week, you need to perform 30 FP summons, defeat 20 enemies, defeat 15 humanoid enemies, defeat 15 demonic enemies, complete 5 quests, and then complete 10 quests. Basically, just keep doing your Lostbelt. You'll scratch off all these. The Lostbelt should account for everything but the FP summons, so go ahead and rack those out of the way, and you'll be good. You can also go to Orleans as well and scratch these off rapidly if you really need to, but yeah, it's just to do story stuff. Which means then it's time for some news. I know, I do not feel bad about speeding swiftly on.
We got a lot to talk about.
Yeah, we do. Because big one, Paper Moon actually released. Released on the 18th. Still got some banners and stuff going on. And this is a fully fledged new story release. How do I know it's actually proper and new? There's 2 new mats.
Oh.
Vestiges of Madness and Ether Photons.
Photons.
So, yeah, no, this is like a real-ass story release. By starting this event, you can unlock one of your extra class 2s in class score. I think we talked about what those were on last stream, but chat can't remind me. But you can unlock your class score benefits for 1 extra class. The banner #1 has been released. It started with the new story-locked Lancer SSR Bima and the new story-locked SR Berserker. Duryodhana? I think it was in those vowels, right? Duryodhana. Anyway, those guys. We'll talk more about them later. But that was banner #1. Speaking of new CEs, hey, we got new CEs. Basically, the new version of the Hakuno CEs, the Arts and the Buster one. And also a new version of Codecast with Blonderin, because regular Codecast is fucking going away forever. Get the hence. But yeah, so banners and stuff. There was a stream. Get 14 Saint Quartz for the stream. And starting on the 21st, so already ongoing until the 5th of July, we have Banner 2. Banner 2, shockingly enough, is Kama, Prince of Landling, and the Giles double features. This is very interesting because I'm pretty sure there's at least 1 more banner, if not 2 more banners worth of servants that are actually shown in this story release.
I'm thinking there's only going to be one more banner, personally.
Yes. I also wonder if maybe some of these servants might end up at Anniversary or not. This is something I posted about in our JP thread, but people are doing advanced dark magic to try and pre-calculate the Anniversary servant this year for the 8th anniversary in JP. The leading theory is either a Hakuno servant or Abe no Seimei. I think Abe no Seimei is more likely. Just because the logo slightly resembles some of the materials Type Moon BB Studio did. It's much more obviously Japanese themed, so.
I mean, I am interested in Abe no Seimei, but if anyone knows Lucky even a little bit, you know what I'm waiting for.
There's a lot of stuff, so we will see. But certain members of the fandom eat real good right now. And just in general, it's like right now we're in late June, and I'm actually like very pleasantly surprised with FGO right now. Like LB7, its launch had those rough patches. You know, there were probably unintentionally extended delays. Once again, we'll see how long it takes them to get this turned around for us in NA. We've already seen where they're going with Lostbelt 6, which is very rapid fire. We're talking about it's going to basically be a month gap between Lostbelt 6 launched and then Lostbelt 6 Act 3 drops, as opposed to 3 months it took them in JP, right? So,
yeah.
Like, we are getting a much tighter, better ratcheted experience. It does unfortunately mean that banners are coming way fucking faster, but that is what happens when you tie banners to story releases, at least. For the most part, you shouldn't miss too much because there will still be a lot of follow-up banners. You know, Morgan is infamous for having like 4 proper raid-ups already in 2 years. And some servants were famous for not getting any. You know, it was like 2 years in JP before Arjuna Alter got a banner. They did fix that for us. But yeah, it's been like under 6 months, or about 6 months technically, since the first drop of LB7 with all of its, you know, requisite banners. And we've already got a new full-blown story chapter with new characters, new servants dropping, new servants still to be released in the story. And it looks like a lot of art assets.
Yeah, I'm about to say a fuck ton of art.
Honestly, some very, like, it sounds like there's some interesting character stuff happening. Like, there's some writing, some good writing. People be eating good. So I'm very, very excited to see that later when it comes to NA. Stream started about 20 minutes ago. You're not super missing anything right now.
We're still in the news!
Yeah. But yeah, so as I put in my notes, lots of spicy characters in this chapter. Look forward to some feature banners. And yeah, it's interesting. And supposedly, there's at least 2 more of these said to tie into some of our other characters going on. So yeah, we got some wiggle room here. Now, pivoting over to NA, we have pre-announced the app release anniversary. So the actual day our app released was technically the 25th. The servers weren't hot yet, but that's when you could download FGO for the first time. And to celebrate that, we will be getting a infusion of 30 Senquots, baby, if you log in anytime during the 25th to 26th period. So keep your eyes peeled for that one in a couple of days. So
someone nice. Give me an alarm, please.
I'll yell and at everyone on the day when that login happens.
I'd appreciate that.
I'll frame it as like, happy appiversary, everybody. Please log in. But yeah, so that'll be that release. So that's good to catch up on, and you know, gives you that free 10 spin.
Spin!
And also, because it's technically news, though it is not necessarily directly FGO related, though there's some interesting side conversation to have about where FGO's place in the fandom is. But at the Nintendo Direct, oddly enough, I believe is when they queued up some of these trailers, we got a lot of news about Samurai Remnant. During the time frame, you know, we got, you know, first trailers, first looks. The trailer was technically leaked in Japanese early, but they, you know, rescheduled, recycled everything. So we've got a big wave of news. And the release date has been confirmed. It is going to be releasing on the 28th of September. September now looking pretty packed.
It is. Thank you, Orion Perez, for your super chat. They say JP's Ordeal Call website has a teaser website of the 3 Ordeals with Bima and the other 2 poster servants shadowed. Man is OC2 and Lollipop is OC3. I think I saw that going around. And I heard a lot of people going on about, yeah, no, that's totally Lilith. Totally Lilith. I'm like, yes, join me.
Yeah, people seem to be leaning that way in general. Though Lucky was certainly our first adopter in this space.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's what I was referring to. So yeah, they have hard confirmed at least two more Ordeal calls with these releases. And then probably some kind of finishing chapter for part 2. We'll see exactly how it gets paced out. But yeah, so that's good. But yeah, Samurai Remnant has a trailer, a whole wealth of information dropped. Though as always, Fate keeps some stuff close to the vest.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think the main character's Saber is explicitly mentioned. But they did clarify that the main character is indeed Miyamoto Iori, Miyamoto Musashi's apprentice and adopted son. Which is very funny, because as a non-summer berserker, this, moon-related thing will involve Berserker Musashi. So, very funny thing set up. I think we've got at least one mailbag question, so we may get some other thoughts out there later. But in general, there is a wealth of information for y'all to access if you want to keep up. It'll be available on the most platforms in September. I think it's on everything.
Is it digital only? Or is it, again, a physical release?
No, there's definitely a physical release, because there's special editions and stuff.
Yeah, but that's over in Japan.
I believe they have announced that there are physical editions as well in the stateside. The only difference is, as similar to Extella, I don't think you can get the giant Musashi statue with the American collector's edition. Presumably because shipping the miniatures from Japan would be a pain in the ass. Much like the Mahjong tiles.
Hey, I got one.
But yes. Well, yeah, you got them separately. But yeah, it's... I believe we're looking at physical releases. But yeah, it should be on last gen and current gen.
Well, I'm looking at it on Amazon right now, and it says for Nintendo Switch, PlayStation 4, and PlayStation 5. PlayStation 5 is currently unavailable.
Interesting.
We don't know when or if this item will be back in stock. I'm like, did people already buy it out?
Damn, if they did, that's quite telling.
Oh man.
But yeah, okay, so it's at least PlayStation Switch, and also I know it has a Steam release, so that will obviously be digital. It'd be like that. But yeah, seems like there's some interesting gameplay stuff going on. They're gonna let you kind of switch semi-freely, it seems like, between your servant and the master, because you are a sword man.
Gonna sword.
Lad. So there's some fun stuff going on there. There's a few interesting things as well. What really spilled out, I think, at least, that got on my radar on Twitter as trending is they have confirmed one of the enemy servants will be Lancer Jolter. And it's interesting, certainly. Apparently, this has, nettled some people on the internet. I don't want to say, that, Actually, I'll phrase it this way. I don't know how much it is now. I do want to feel like Fate used to have a much worse gatekeeping problem. You will recall Lucky and I made many jokes about being dirty secondaries in the earlier years of this very show.
Yeah.
I feel like as Fate Grand Order has become the biggest and most money-making and longest continually running Fate thing, other than the fact that, some of the spin-off mangas and novels are the longest ongoing because they refuse to publish new volumes. Side-eye said Prisma and Strange Fake. But, the longest running continuously updated Fate thing is FGO. I feel like the gatekeeping has gotten lower as FGO has come to the forefront, though certainly obviously Type Moon is not slacking. There's the re-release of Mahoyo, there's the Tsukihime remake first half, with the second half coming sometime. the new Belty Blood game, and now Fate Samurai Remnant, obviously. So like, they're still circulating new shit, but FGO is kind of the flagship right now. But I feel like because FGO has become the biggest thing, maybe some people who are only into Fate for FGO and its related franchises have kind of missed the understanding of how Fate works, which is Mr. Mushroom looks at your rules, looks at his rules, and says, nah, those are fake news. Those rules aren't real. This franchise has always been predicated on being mind-bogglingly self-subversive. The original 3 routes of Fate Stay Night are basically like all completely incompatible and often don't make sense when they exist in the same time frame. Like stuff that Emiya Archer doesn't make sense with the virtue that that at least in Unlimited Blade Works he's there to commit quantum suicide.
Mm-hmm.
Shit like that. Or sometimes, in the original Fate route, it's established that Shiro has Avalon, buried in his guts, the sheath. That doesn't always come back in as a major plot point. So Fate is full of like self-contradictions, rule of cool, and Nasu has always kind of written the rules with the caveat that there's a giant asterisk that he can break his own rules whenever he thinks it would be more interesting.
Rule of cool, baby.
And this obviously is applied to every side writer. Sorry, what were you saying?
Oh, I'm just saying, rule of cool, baby.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm trying to find the treasure box edition of this damn game so I can pre-order it before I forget.
Fair enough. Fair play. But yeah, like, so apparently some fans are kind of like, but you can't summon Jolter. She only exists because of Fate Grand Order story. Oh, you guys. Oh boy, you don't even know. Technically, none of us should be summoning Arturia because she's like, she only got summoned those 2 times because of that thing with the world. But then we were just like, nah, but I guess she actually like died for real. Except that in like the golden ending of like the Fate route, Shiro busts into Avalon where she's still taking a nap. Like, nothing makes sense if you look at it in a wider perspective, okay? So if you're like, how can Jolter be a Lancer? I mean, she was a ruler when she first appeared in story because she was a literal, move clone of Jean. Like, it's not that weird. Lancer is interesting. I assume they didn't make her Saber because they wanted you to have the Saber because obviously it's Fate. You need the Saber. You need the Saber. With the Saber Ahoke. Though, to be fair, I do not believe it has been confirmed if the player character servant is a man or a woman yet. Unknown unknowns, chat. Usually Jean's alternate class, if she were to be summoned as a normal servant, is given as Saber, but Lancer's not that weird. So you'll just have to see how that plays out, and there may be some explanation for why it's weird. I mean, literally, this is Miyamoto Iori, and Miyamoto Musashi has been summoned. Okay? And this may or may not be proper human history Iori, too. So, like, yeah. Also, yes, as somebody in chat brought up, as Santa Alter, she is a Lancer as well. So, like, yeah, there's some precedent. So, yeah, I don't know. That's just apparently was something that I have seen kind of filtering through certain circles on the internet lately. And it's definitely like one of those things of like, that's right. FGO is so large that some people may have actually like not gotten too deep into other Fate works and understand that the rules are meant to be broken.
I'm hoping that this Iori is used to man Musashi. So he's going to see female Musashi and just be like, what the fuck? That's my hope right now.
There does seem to be some implication like that, but yeah, the trailers are pretty fresh. We literally have, some servants in silhouette, some servants' true names are hidden. Some of them have even hidden their, like, actors. Like, I think the writer is shown in, like, big, all-concealing armor, and their true name is not given, and their VA is concealed.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of people are like, ooh, is it Writer Raiko? Is that our thing? I don't know. Yeah. are literally all the masters based on real people? Because I know there's a clock tower mage in there. So. But yeah. Anyway, Samurai Remnant actually looks pretty cool. It seems to be going for more of an action RPG. Oh, the daughter of a real person, so she has like a real person's surname. Okay, interesting. Oh, it could also be a Takeda. That's true.
Oh, could it just be Shingen? Let's go, Shingen! Let's go! That make perfect sense.
Yeah. This is the shit I always love in the lead up to anything Fate related. Is they give us some character designs and they don't tell us shit, and we're just like, who is this? Who the fuck is this? What's their deal? Tell me your secrets. So yeah,
let's go, fucking Tiger of Kai. Sorry.
Expect a fun little lead up. There is also the fun thing. Jolter's master is apparently a survivor of a massacre of Christians, and he's all bandaged and burnt up. It would be very funny if it's like actual historical Amakusa. That could be funny. But it could also be a bunch of other people, because I don't know if you've noticed from like animes and mangas, but weird burnt up bandage dudes is a recurring theme.
I was just thinking of two off the top of my head.
Yeah, it's happened a couple of times. Yeah, I don't know what the thing would be. But yeah, so it looks fun. Like I said, the general gameplay vibes seem to be kind of, people have been saying, action RPG, character action game. It doesn't, I believe it was explicitly said that it would not be a full-blown Souls-like. So you're not really looking for like, roguelike iterative stuff, but it's also not a full-blown, RPG. So we're leaning more towards the character action RPG. Like there seem to be mobs. There are plenty of like weird samurai skeletons that look just like out of an FGO random boss fight you got to fight.
Hey, sorry. Hey guys, if anyone knows where I can pre-order the treasure box edition of this damn game, please let me know. I can't find it. Like, the only thing I can find it reference to is on the Koei Tecmo sign. It's like, yes, this is a special thing. I'm like, all right, cool, where? Let me see here. Oh, wait, maybe this one. NIS Online.
Yeah, I think NIS America is distributing it. Ooh, okay, yeah, we're going for characters. Yeah, apparently you have up to 5 sword styles you can switch to. So
that sounds pretty sick.
Yeah. And like I said, you can switch between character and servant. Somebody just posted it in Patreon chat, the link to the NIS's store.
All right, cool. Thank you.
But yeah, like I said, some more of that conversation may come back around specifically to the trailer and stuff in Mailbag, so we can leave that off for now.
All right,
we got stuff to do.
We do! Give Lucky 1 second. It's time to strike while the iron is hot.
Yep.
Lucky is weak to the word special edition.
Mm-hmm. We have confirmed there will be dog petting and belly rubbing, though, in Fate Samurai Remnant.
This is important.
Well, it could be Yakuza style. There's a lot of praise for Like a Dragon lately.
Yeah, we'll stick with economy. I don't need... Samurai Remnant is not a game that I'm going to need to play day one, and I'm going to be real, September is probably going to be pretty fucked as is.
Yeah, it's... Basically, everybody got real in there. Like, it's like, okay, when is Final Fantasy 16 coming out? When is Diablo 4 coming out? That's all that month? Okay. They finally decided they're going to release Starfield in September? All right, cool. We can do whatever we want. I wonder if some games were not locking in their date till September because Spider-Man was still up in the air.
Maybe.
It's going to be October, so But your schedule for the rest of the year is getting pretty locked in for video games.
Fuck it. I'm just going to pay all of it right now.
If we're actually doing anything tomorrow, I don't know. Lucky, where is your copy of Final Fantasy 16 right now? Do you know?
No.
not marked as shipped yet. That's
No!
very unfortunate.
Ah!
I do know there's a couple of people who aren't getting theirs yet, because I've got my copy. I tweeted about it. I got some replies from some people. Theirs still isn't coming until Monday, so you're not alone.
I ordered it back in February!
Yeah, I saw a random tweet in my For You feed of a guy saying he's done with physical pre-orders from Amazon because of FF16. Was talking about being a Prime customer for like 5 years and can't get it day of.
Like, you don't understand. I walk home from the bus stop. I saw a fucking Amazon Prime delivery van go down the street. It popped a fucking Yui in the crosswalk just so I got to see it like 5 seconds more and then drove off. I'm like, I was mad. I was about to throw something at that fucking van. I felt mocked.
Yeah, no, there should be a literal copy with your name on it somewhere in an Amazon warehouse. Where the fuck is it?
Let me see here. Let me track package. Mine
was a little weird because they ended up like passing it off to USPS. But I'm lucky to have a like major Amazon distribution center and a major post office distribution center. Like,
okay, so I want you, like, I know we're tangenting wild here. Like, I'm sorry for this, but I want you to wonder. You want to know where my fucking copy of Final Fantasy 16 is? Missouri. Why is it in Missouri? I live in fucking the Pacific Northwest where we have fucking Amazon warehouses out the wahoo. Why is it in fucking Missouri?
I don't. Okay. All right, Amazon. I don't understand that. Like I said, as far as I know, my copy was picked out of the warehouse somewhere here in Florida. It was thrown at the post office, and the post office threw it into my mailbox. It technically arrived a day late because the release was yesterday, but still, damn. That's so weird. I mean, not that I've not gotten that exact same fucking thing happen to me with other pre-orders or orders from Amazon before. God, I should dig up my old order tracking on my copy of Grim Grimoire. That was the most recent thing I've pre-ordered that was just absolutely fucking wild. Like, arrived like 2 weeks late. Came out of nowhere. Anyway, that's our break from some skelograms, so...
hang on one second. I'm making sure I'm putting this order in my orders tab of my mailbox so I do not lose it. Also, I need to do that with another mail I have. A complete side tangent, but someone in our FGO chat dropped a link to this artist who was selling fucking Raiko and Shuten t-shirts, and I was just like, Leonardo point, I need that! And I gotta still finalize the order here, but I will do that later. Just want to make sure I don't lose it.
Always good to keep track of all your shit.
Mm-hmm. Alright, but now I can close this and not feel like I might accidentally lose it. Okay. Sorry about that. So we we raid Amazon at dawn. Oh man, that's hilarious. Ooh, this smells strong. What one is this? Ultra Fiesta Mango. I'm usually not a mango guy, but they didn't have my usual 16 pack of just plain Monster Zero, so I had to get the flavored pack, and now I'm just all like, ooh, the light's on my tongue, except not. Oh, actually, well, no, I'll talk about this later. That doesn't need to be said here. But with that, we shall moveth oneth to this week's Let's Talk FGO. Move on to this week's Let's Talk FGO mailbag, the segment where we read what you have to say and comment accordingly. Let's do a refresh. Oh, okay. So this week we have nine lovely submissions. And boy howdy. But without further ado, let's get started. So the first one comes from the Tyrant King, who was reminded again, why doesn't Summer Kama have those costumes? Well, probably because we having 2 blue Sakuras would probably be a little weird. I don't know.
Yeah.
Question. Hey guys, finally with the 8th anniversary nearly here and the Lostbelt's more or less officially done in JP, do you think we'll get any adaptations announced for them via manga, anime, or movies? Also with Remnant Servant, are you most curious about? Anyway, that's it for me. Sending good vibes your way. Wah 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 wah. And hope you have a great evening.
I'm gonna Final Fantasy 16. I'm gonna have a great evening.
I will not have a great evening. I'll probably go play 14 and cry. Actually, that reminds me. Omega, did you beat Tears of the Kingdom last night? I know I said that that's we're gonna.
I was gonna try, but I did not. I was not feeling super great yesterday.
Oof.
My stomach was bothering me a lot, so I did not actually get through it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's gonna stay on my to-do list for a little bit.
With Lostbelt adaptations, I wonder, have they, when they did their poll last, did they have the question of what you would like to see most made into an anime?
I believe they do usually have that one, and that was questionnaire in JP. Yeah. So I'm hopeful if they are actually done, and it does seem they are done with the Lostbelt phase. This would be about the time for some announcements, maybe. Personally, like, I think there's quite a few good choices here for animation. Honestly, all the Lostbelt stuff is really solid. You could probably do most of it as like an actual ongoing top to bottom serial, but that would block out some poor anime studio for the next like 5 years.
Oh god, it'd be more than 5 years, my dude.
Oh, probably true. Yeah, if you took breaks between cores so you don't like kill everybody. God, how many anime episodes would Lostbelt 6 be? I don't even fucking know.
It depends. Honestly, it depends on the it would depend on the who did the adaptation and how they did it. Because that's the other thing you can remember when they make anime adaptations, they basically take the entire script and are like, all right, what can we fucking cut from this, and how do we retell this story?
Yeah, I'm just the raw script is just so huge.
Yeah, so
it's and for the most part so far in my experience, not a lot of it is filler. Like we actually have a decent amount of time skips. There is a like graphic in Lostbelt 6 where they do the like day-night or night-day transition, right? To let you know time is passing. So, yeah, that would be a rough one, which is a shame, because I think there's some really interesting fights and character stuff in Lostbelt 6 that I would love to see animated, but we'll talk about that later. The safest would probably just be to do one. And start there and see how it goes.
But if I was going to pick my favorite... Honestly, I think the one that should get like the two core treatment. Well, actually, maybe it might be able to be done in one core. I don't know, but do the prologue and Lostbelt 1.
Yeah,
like I said, that is something that has a lot of information baked into it. Has a very good sense of pacing, a good story, a lot of characters. All that good stuff. Lostbelt 2, personally, I would probably give a pass. It's... I don't mean to say this in a demeaning way, but for me, it honestly does feel like that and Lostbelt 4, Lostbelt 2 and Lostbelt 4, I feel like are, to me personally, so, this is just my opinion, are the weakest Lostbelts for me, and just... I don't know exactly how I want to explain it.
Possibly also including 5.5 in that conversation. I think most people would agree with you if we were to rank our Lostbelts. They're not bad, but they are definitely not above the others.
Yeah, no, but Lostbelt 3 is, I think, actually would probably be best as a movie because it is fairly short and a lot of the appeal in Lostbelt 3 is not in its action and stuff, but it's actually the clashing of ideals. Yeah,
you could probably boil that down to a couple of key conversations. And, unlike Lostbelt 6 so far, Lostbelt 3 has filler.
Yes.
There are definitely a couple of filler fights in there that you could cut. And refocus a few things. So yeah, that could work. 4 you could also probably do as a movie, if only just so you would condense down all the really good fights.
Honestly, if you wanted to make like 4 into just like you wanted to like I would like suggest like doing 1 and 3, giving those to fucking Cloverworks and be like, hey, do that. But if you were to do something out of 4, be like, no, you give that to UFO Table and just go and you just make it rain the fucking 10K fucking yen bills, you know.
Give UFO Table like a 60-minute like OVA movie type slot, like for some of the Kar no Kyokai stuff. Like just like, hey, can you do this in 30 to 60 minutes and just do all the best fights and dialogue?
Nah, give them a ooh, this is tasty. I was actually saying they could probably like I'll probably give them like I say a movie. Nah, make it a two movie deal. That probably let them stretch it out the most. I mean, lets you not and because like I said, like I just want the entire back half of the second movie just to be fucking Gojuna versus Super Karna. That's all I want.
Yeah. Call in the same guys that they called in for Sieg versus Karna from APOC.
Oh yeah.
Like just let the budget flow. We don't actually care about the fucking story. The whole emotional crux is I need you to spend as many Sakuga frames as possible on exactly 2 things. 1, Super God Super Karna versus God Arjuna, and every single time Pepe is on screen. Just give Pepe all the frames.
Yes. God, I love Pepe so much.
2, I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing some of the fights in 2 animated, but 2 probably works better as almost like a give me like a, if they haven't done that already, give me like a manga retelling, like even more fucking I forgot her name for a second. Ophelia. Like, give me more Ophelia internal monologue, because I feel like she's actually the emotional through line of that Lostbelt.
Yeah, I can see that.
We're still kind of like, we don't know what the fuck we're doing.
Oh, I forgot.
Sherlock is like 90% dead. But we found a weird buff French guy, and we're just gonna roll with it. Like that's us. That's our character arc in 2. It's not really that impressive. 2 is mostly about eventually Sigurd and Brynn being that couple, and it's mostly about Ophelia's like internal bullshit struggles.
Mm-hmm.
So like that would be good. 5.5 is another one I would like to compress into just like maybe even a single movie. That one goes by super fast, but does have some cool fights. Like, you don't really need to stretch that one out. I just want to see, like, Kentoki shoot lightning at people and then Doman explode.
Honestly, I think Heian-kyo would probably be better served as a manga, personally.
That could also work. After the Shimosa guy gets done, give him that.
Yeah.
Oh, that does remind me. This is a fun fact I forgot to mention about Samurai Remnant. It's been, I think, all but confirmed or straight up confirmed. The key artist is the Shimosa manga adaptation artist.
Oh, nice.
Samurai Remnant. So, in case you were curious about style similarities, no, they just did that. That's probably why Shimosa's been on. Apparently, the Shimosa manga has been on a little bit of a hiatus. Probably because that guy's pretty good. So that's pretty cool. Yeah. 5 you would need to do.
I don't know what I want to do with 5, honestly. Because
the thing is, I feel like for 5, the problem is I don't trust people to do it as like a 2-movie deal.
I don't think it could be done as a 2-movie deal.
Because Camelot is nice, but I feel like they made a few too many cuts, and thematic boils down. I feel like some of the stuff doesn't hit quite right.
Well, like I said, I still need to get the second movie, but from what I understand, the second movie is a lot better, but that's because that's where all the action and the payoff is.
Yeah, I've seen. I still haven't watched it through the second movie through and through, but I've seen some clips, and like some animation bits definitely seem to hit. Some are not, to me, like hit as good as in game. But there's also some other shit like when Agravain, decides to go full 200% mad. Like,
I've seen that. So it's
yeah, that's some really sick animation for that fight. that did not need to be that sick because it's fucking aggravate. But they were like, nah. But yeah, like pacing wise, Lostbelt 5, both parts would probably be better as an anime series, because you could get a very like episodic tone to like the different islands and the different like operations of the God Killer Alliance, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like that story is broken up into various segments, so it would probably work. So yeah, like we've had some hits or misses, right? Like for the most part, Babylonia is pretty good. The animation style was really over the top. They had a couple of mishits. I think I've mentioned this before. I think they used Mash's Noble Phantasm a little too liberally, especially because the Camelot movie hadn't come out yet. And there were a couple of weird beats, like Iresh using her NP out of nowhere just to get that in there, and it wasn't even really that impressive. But other parts were, like, really sick. Like, you know, Gramps eating that guy. That was pretty metal, right? Remember that, chat? When Gramps ate a guy?
Listen, like, two scenes that often live rent-free in my head from Babylonia. A, the entire part from Ushiwaka Maru fighting Gorgon all the way to fucking the end of that. Just that entire bit.
Beautifully animated, lovely scored.
Mm-hmm. And then Quetzalcoatl versus Tiamat, just...
Yeah. I would also add in there, partially because of the hit of Tell Me, but also Kingu transforming into the giant chain as well. Like, that just really good.
Yeah.
He ate a Bell Lamu specifically, the bigger, badder ones. Yeah, so, like, Babylonia had its like, ups and downs, but was generally handled really well. Solomon, not so much.
I'm about to say, I will still never forgive them for cutting out Sky High Rider Justice Bomb, though.
Yeah, that was a little...
honestly, that entire scene was actually very weird.
Yeah, it's like it's kind of like they didn't know what to do with it. They probably should have made it more comedic. And unfortunately, the Solomon movie / OVA was... I appreciate what they were trying to go for, but it feels like a weird combo of, like, hey, we don't want to actually have to pay all these anime voice actors for these cameos. And just some weird way they handled some of that plot stuff. Parts of it were okay. I appreciate just fucking punching Gatia, but like, yeah, there was a lot of the way they handled like the servant cameos and animations felt a little undercooked. And again, I'm actually like, my sneaking suspicion is that they were concerned about their budget limitations. If they had everybody like actually say their lines, they would have had to like pay like 50 more people. I don't know how that works in Japan, but I think there are anime that do make that reference about like, hey, like not necessarily having characters with speaking lines, so they avoid having to fill them. But yeah, so there's a lot there to be handled. There's also taking a question here about which Samurai Remnant servant most curious about.
I'm curious about them all.
That are mysterious. Yeah.
Listen, I want to know about all of them. You guys don't understand. Like, every time in FGO, when a new servant hits, I'm always like, who is this person? What did they do in life? What are their legends? Are they related to anything? This is when I open up, like, you know, I open up mythology forums, Wikipedia. I'm researching books and stuff. I'm all like, And then I start, I slam my wall. My fucking conspiracy board flips over, and then I start connecting dots. Like, I'm hoping someone brings up the thing I hope they bring up, so I can start making some wild gesticulations and connections involving Hindu goddesses. That's what I'm hoping for.
Chat, if you ever need to know about how I'm excited for stuff, watch A Wanted. Any Wanted. If you want to see me do the most...
That's not a mailbag question, X.
Board shit. Yeah, as a mailbag thing. Not necessarily a live camera response. We got a lot of stuff to go through. We really changed it hard in this first mailbag question. But to wrap up there, if you want to see my most conspiracy board wanted, watch Space Ishtar. That is the one where I feel like I'm the most, like, doing the fucking meme from Always Sunny, losing my mind. But yeah, okay. We can keep going.
Okay, so let us move on to the next one. This next one comes from Valentine's in June. Time is truly is relative. Also, dear God, I have never wanted to raise a Lostbelt inhabitant as much as these fairies.
This seems to be a recurring theme.
Yeah.
A lot of people are not happy at this Lostbelt.
No. I've already... Like, I'm not as far as Omega, but some very choice words in some areas have caught me on to something here, and I'm just all like, wait a fucking minute.
There's a lot of stuff that's going on. We will discuss it later.
Mm-hmm. But they say, hey, Lucky Omega, hope you're enjoying the official beginning to summer. That's right, it is summer. Happy summer, everyone. I hope everyone has fucking air conditioning. If not, God have mercy on your soul. Actually, that reminds me. I think that's what I'll do when I get off. I'll go work on their front yard in FF14 because I'm making it summer themed.
Right, that is the thing we were doing.
Yep. My question for this week is, how exactly does the connection to the Throne of Heroes work? In LB3, we initially can't summon anyone because the residents don't have any wishes. While in LB6, we can't summon Connect to the throne because the Lostbelt heavy being driven by fairies and not mankind. Does that mean in order to connect the throne, it requires a strong enough human anchor directly based in the Lostbelt? In the Lostbelt, I and the outside people such as the Chaldeans are insufficient to create such a connection, sending good vibes. As the LB fights have started to finally ramp up now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true. Honestly, yes, I believe it is that second thing. This is literally the difference between Tsukihime-type worlds and Fate-type worlds. In worlds where Gaia is dominant, which I assume a world populated by fairies would count as, there is no ability to summon heroic spirits from the Throne of Heroes and use the counterforce. It just doesn't work like that. And if you ask, well, are we not sufficient enough? No, because we have to bring our outside shit in. As seen by the fact that several of our proper human history servants basically had to pass the fuck out the moment they got in this Lostbelt. So yeah, no, I think that's the simplest answer. It's you need to have the human foundation there in order to access the throne. The throne's always there. It's just chilling.
It's doing different things. Weird things. Oh, I shouldn't have done that, son of a bitch. Oh well. I should have used that on another one and then used the LB power juice from the follow-up, but I'll make do. But let's move on. This next one comes from Moon is preparing for the disaster that will be Oberon's banner. Will not be a disaster for me. Like I said, actually, what section am I on? I'm on London. Actually, how do you say that? I want to call it like, huh?
Londinium.
Londinium. I'm on like Londinium. And while I like Oberon, there's something that's niggling me about, and I'm just all like, eh. I don't know. I want to like him, but
He's also, Oberon.
Yeah. But they say, question! Hello there, Omega and Lucky. Hope you're doing well. Are you guys prepared for the Buster meta takeover? No? Like, to put this simply, the only meta that Lucky follows is the waifu meta.
It just so happens that often, transitions with the other meta stuff. I mean, technically, because my Morgan's only NP1, probably not, because a lot of big brain people are like, we need at least NP2. But, I got a Morgan now. 10, 10, 10. I'm having fun. I'm sure somebody on my friends list will have a Koyanskaya. Do you need 2 Koyanskayas? Is that actually a thing?
I don't know, but don't worry. When you said someone on his friends list, guess who? I just pointed to myself. I'm just like,
yeah, no. For sure. Lucky is locked in my friends list, and definitely will have one. But also, I suspect there may be other people as well. So, it seems like there'll be enough to work with your own. Is it required? Well, we'll see when we see. They'll give me a fuck ton of quartz, and I'm gonna prefer to roll. I'm gonna prefer to roll for Koyan Sky of Dark than for Oberon.
Oh, Axe is correct. I can't do the Buster Manor because that requires support servants, and yes, I do hate those.
While actually having a decent brain for game theory, I often do not necessarily understand the underlying, whatchamacallit, the underlying math.
Axe is because I like showing off my servants.
I mean, also, support list is not for you. I mean, I definitely have two 50% chargers. And, Chad, in case you forgot from 2 streams ago, I have an MLB K-scope and a spare K-scope for 80. That's not a department I'm hurting in. But hey, I'll make it work. And if I can't make it work, you know what works? Castoria Summer Reset. But yeah, support list generates UFP, and you don't have to do anything. That's what it's there for. Also helps other people. So
yeah,
that's not the same as like wanting or needing friend supports.
No.
There's some discussion to be had later about the support setup and whether or not you even need friends with the way this Lostbelt is structured, for instance, later. But we'll get to that.
Yeah, no, like, trust me, if I could just turn off my support setup, I would. But since it's there, I might as well put things in there, just so I can be like, hey, check out my fucking Tamamo. Like, if you guys want, I can just take everything out of it and just leave it blank.
Yeah, there's no purpose in that. Is our support list tied to Grails and stuff? I never see some extras there.
Well, probably because having a support list gets you friend points, and friend points gets you summon, and summoning gets you coins, and then coins gets you grails.
Ah, okay, yeah. Boss Hunter explained the theory. So you need to you use both Koi and Sky as cooldown. No, I don't. Lucky, don't respond to Axe.
Okay.
Axe, shut up. I'm not. You've already had this discussion with him before. I do not need you to have it again. You should know the answer already. You've asked this before. Axe, we don't need to do this again. We need to talk about the other like 6 questions. This is like the third one. The third mailbag question. Well, ask in your own time. This is my time right now. To put this in perspective, chat, every second we spend here is another second I am not playing Final Fantasy 16.
Well, bully for you, buddy!
I know, but I am not necessarily here to extend myself. Don't worry, I'm sure I'll find new ways to make it longer anyway. Okay, alright. Is there anything else we need to say about the response to this question?
Let me double check. Nah. So, let's keep moving on. The next one comes from Maker's Morgan. I can't speak. Morgan's making her own round table with fairies and blackjack. Yo, casinos. That's what we're gonna have. We're gonna have fucking Summercaster. We're gonna have a Summercaster Morgan, who's also gonna run a casino because she's gonna do it better than that Autoria did it. Let's go.
Can she do it dressed like Shadow Sai from Persona 5?
Yes. Well, yeah, no, because then you can give her the water mirror thingy. Make that her thing. That'd be awesome. Except it's just a giant roulette wheel. Yeah, no, that's what it is. It's she'll have like a roulette. Ooh, that'd be wild. Sorry, I am going down the hall of a possibility here. Let us not. But they say, Dear Eleno, so what'd you gents think of the Fate Samurai game trailer? I'm curious if Jolter Lance will be any different from her Revenger self. Other than the saber looking a bit basic, I'm hype. Oh, hope to send good luck and good vibes in this season of 10,000 banners. Wah, 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 wah. Can they all cast Power Word Kill, though?
10,000 witches. No. I'm. First of all, the trailer was pretty good. It answers, questions you want, and it's got stuff in it, like dog petting. I do actually think there probably will be some differences. I think some people have already been spotting some costume stuff. Is it that Jolter is missing her ahoge?
Is it? I haven't looked that hard.
I'm trying to remember. I think some people have talked about do that.
Oh, hang on. Let me go.
Are our sound levels? Some of that might be a little me because I wander back and forth between being right up on my microphone, mostly on account of me having to take frequent sips of water because it's fucking hot.
I will dial myself down though.
Okay.
I hope that helps.
Chat, let us know if that's balanced out right.
And yes, FAERIE, you are more than welcome to mention that sort of thing.
Yes. We appreciate your audio feedback. It's hard for us to tell when it's working. Okay, but all right. What was I saying? Yes. Asking if... Because like I said, I think some people in our community spotted a couple of like minor cosmetic differences. So, who knows?
Okay, so a couple people are commenting. Well, let me know if I'm too quiet now. Like I said, my audio thing's a little weird because I'm actually just piping Omega through Discord on a separate audio track. So I can't control us separately. So sometimes it is difficult to tell where people is where, especially since I am not looking at the audio levels constantly.
Yeah, I'm watching the audio as I'm getting it for the MP3 version, and I'm usually like a little quieter than Lucky because I am like doing my own thing to filter my sound. Also, I'm not yelling constantly, but
I yell.
We are not too far apart in terms of like levels.
Well, actually, you know what? I think a bit of FAP is okay because we only have 9 of these.
Yeah,
in hindsight.
9.
In hindsight,
it's fine.
It's fine.
Oh. Thank you for the gift of memberships, Legendary.
Sick. You're a champ.
I see people slurping them up. There they go. They're gone.
Goodbye. Unleash Musashi!
It do be like that.
So let's keep going here. So this next one comes from We Watch Old Let's Talk. They say, questions. Is this still a thing that Omega keeps getting the servants that Lucky wants but never gets them? No, because Lucky has just accepted that. I don't know if this is a little weird, but I've just accepted the fact that I'm just usually gonna have to pull out my wallet at some point. And which is, no offense to Omega, just a superpower I have over him.
Yeah. Well, you have to work.
I do have to work.
A regular job, and then also technically do this as like a side gig, so that's the advantage.
Mm-hmm.
You have your regular job and your side hustle.
Mm-hmm. Like I said, I spent $800 for everything I got, and then, thanks to the paycheck I got today, I literally threw, like, all of it into my credit card. It's like, oh, excuse me. This is like, no, this never happened! And then I immediately spent, like, another $120 on the special edition of Samurai Remnant. I'm about to spend another $120 to get four of the shirts, because I'm buying 2 of each. Because, well, not 2 of each, 2 of 2, because I am not getting the Oops All Raiko shirt, because while that one is cool, I feel that'd be weird. I want to wear this in public and not feel completely weird.
Yeah.
But each of those shirts is like $30, so that's like, I think plus like taxes and shipping can be like $150. And I did get charged from Amazon for my, special edition of Final Fantasy 16, which is like another $100. So I'm already expecting like this money just be going whoop right on out of here again. I'm like, oh my god.
This is why your support helps.
It does help.
But yeah, no. The funny thing about that is that may have been a trend, but is no longer because Lucky reached a point of investment in FGO where he was like, "Fuck it."
I probably should set me a budget, but here's the thing: Lucky is horribly, and I mean horribly, weak-willed. Like when it comes to material goods, I should say, or digital goods, I should say in this matter. It's like if I want something and I like genuinely want it, I'm like, fuck. Well, no, there I go. It's very hard for me to resist. Ugh. So no, even if I set up, what I would have to do is I'd have to give someone else my credit card.
Yeah, or set yourself a limit, but then also like.
No, I would just be like, no, fuck that limit at some point.
Yeah, you would just yell at your bank, be like, "What do you mean I can't spend my own money?" Okay, so you can spend your own money. Sick.
Then, you know, it'd be SpongeBob 2 hours later. Why did you let me spend my money?
Sir, you told us. We're very insistent, sir.
So... but on a realistic level, I don't think I'm like actually bad. I don't think I'd ever spend so much of my money that would actually put me in the red. I'm usually in the black, cause like actually like my credit card is actually I don't know, because I'm actually very good with my credit card. My bank actually is like, "You're so good with your credit card, we're gonna increase your credit limit." I'm just like, stop doing that. So no, I'm actually very good with it. It's just usually most of my disposable income usually goes into like a few big things or something that does not actually have a tangible benefit, I guess I should say. Because I love my 2D PNG waifus, but I'm gonna be real, when this game dies, whenever, you know, that's where it's just like, well, there goes all that money. Bye.
It do be like that sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
My main thing right now is, other than the taxman calling me earlier this year, which is a little unexpected through some other shenanigans I've talked about before. My main thing is just eating food. Because inflation is a little fuckly. Food more expensive. And also just climate. I can't really buy like a month's worth of food in advance because it will not be good in a month, some of it. It will either have to be like, you know, buying bread and shit will either have to be frozen, which bread doesn't always take to being frozen well, or, you know, it has to sit out and then it's like hot. Yeah, actually, I have to pay for my own fucking food. What, you think I'm a complete freeloader? No. Max always judging people as other shit. Don't you have to buy food? I always hear about you cooking. Also, should I say I'm short? Like, I don't ever run out of water. If I say, hold on, I have to get more water, that's because I have physically sucked down all the water. I just have a reusable bottle and go for the fridge. But no, like, meals and, you know, in between meals, snack type things. I gotta order that myself.
That's 90 rank up quest. Me.
Which is not that bad. It's just, it happens every couple of weeks. Just because that's how timing works. If anything, I should probably try and get a little bit better at making some of that stuff stretch a little bit longer, but we'll work on that as it comes. Anyway, enough about, you know, budgeting.
Woo!
Talking about, you know, adult shit. Let's talk more about PNGs.
Yeah, there's a burn function. I don't know how I fucking set it up, but I did. Like you don't remember shit. Let's see. In the queue right now... Well, actually, no. There's a simple way to do this. 50! Which ones have I not unlocked? Let's find out. A lot. You see, it was these. It was these fuckers right here that maybe... That turned me off of doing fucking rank up quests. Because I didn't want to deal with 5 pips of this bullshit. Ugh. I'm getting there, though.
Yeah. They eventually learned to not do that.
Oh,
Though
right.
Also, I think in general they don't completely cut it out because it is a decent way to make like bond levels and other kinds of EXP.
It is.
But 5 is just unnecessary.
Like I said, I'm doing these so I can unlock their interludes. But we're going to keep on going. So. Let us... Oh, there was a second part to this. Second, if you could pick a free servant overall, who would you pick? And I mean all servants. I mean all servants that we can play in NA right now. Me. It's quite simple. I either get me my 6th Tamamo so I can get the cones so I can, get Ultra Instinct Tamamo, or I pick another Kama. Lucky's very simple, guys.
I don't even fucking know. Free overall? Like, I didn't even... Probably Saber Musashi, because that's the one that I, spent money on multiple times and still don't have. Just, to assuage old wounds. I got MP2. Summer Musashi, though, so I don't really fight about that too much.
They're pretty low. I should be okay. But with that, let us keep going on. This next one comes from Alias Zed Just Zed. Comment, hello, Loki to Nick. I hope to catch you two doing well on this fine day and hope, if I don't, that you will be able to turn it around. If you by mean turn around, you mean, go taken on a fucking Amazon driver, then yes!
Yeah, but to say, I think the other way Lucky's day could turn around and involves raiding an Amazon warehouse.
But they go on. Records from the Throne. Thanks to 280 packs, I have a Melusine and Percival at MP2, and my Dragon Fairy wife has had her smile protected. With the only thing preventing me from going all the way to getting to level 90 10 to 10 being my lack of free time to grind the QP to make that happen, so she's stuck at 441. Oh, and I discovered that I didn't have a Tomacat because I was spooked by her. Wild. Also, if you're, did you already, well, actually, I guess the question is, did you get the reward already? Or not?
Have you been clearing story? Because that should cover it. It's quite a lot of QP.
Well, it won't cover all of it.
Not all of it, but if you were, you should be able to go higher than 444, at very least.
What? Okay. So. Wait, I lost it. There we go. No question, just sending you good vibes. Wah. And I wish you luck on whatever the next banner you'll be rolling on is. That will be anniversary for me.
Yeah, technically, I think I'll rolling on the Melusine banner more.
Actually, what is... We usually get a fuck ton of quartz for...
Oh, yes.
Yeah, anniversary. What is it? What are we getting it for this year? Does anyone remember?
Yeah, what milestone is it this year? It's a couple it could be. I already see some people discussing some feature updates as well in chat, so... By the way, be careful about future spoilers.
Max Ascension?
Max Ascensions this year. Rad.
Oh, okay. Well, shit. Well, I'll try to...
rank ups and interludes. Well, we'll get more rank ups and interludes because there's been more of them, but that's just they update the old master missions. Those master missions already exist.
Oh.
But yeah, there's Max Ascensions sometime this year, I think.
Wait, did I do the thing? I'm gonna do the thing. Alright, and then that, and that. Okay.
Okay, so Max Ascensions is supposed to be 7. I mean, if they're just updating the interludes and rank ups, that's pretty good. Is it... Rank ups are already 2 SQ, right? Is it that interludes are worth 2 SQ this anniversary? That might be it. Also, once again, hey, chat, future spoilers. I will ride your ass on this. I mentioned at the start of the show, we're not done with Act 2 yet. I know some of you guys, I don't know how the fuck you found the time in like 3 days because of how many fucking quests there are, but not everybody, it took a week off.
I'm having a problem with that. It's actually funny. Like, what I was doing is I was reading like a few lines and then writing my thoughts here, and I started hating that because it means I had to keep breaking my flow of the story to write down. So I went through all of the story, and like then I thought bad, but I was like, shit, I don't remember all this. So I have to now go back and read it all over again. So I'm just like, ah!
Yeah.
But I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Don't you worry.
No, I'm just saying. You know, telling you, watch out.
Watch
Can we
out.
put in timeout? I got a baby jail right here. But yeah, there'll be as usual. There'll be a fuck ton of ports. You know, they'll be like, look, it's the stream. Look, it's Kanoyoshiki.
Nisa.
He just appears, throws Saint Quartz into the crowd. You know, shit like that, and then there was an update. So yeah, there will be a Quartz infusion.
Alright, then let us move on. This next one comes from Cahulian God, who says, I have not read the light novel material of Stay Night, and most of my exposure of that story comes from the hazy memories of the animated adaptations. So out of curiosity, in the whole of Stay Night's story, do any of the Greek servants ever interact with one another that's not a spin-off material like Ennia's Time or Fate Carnival Phantasm, especially Medea and Hercules? In fact, bonus question, who do you think that rule breaker can dispel the madness enhancements imposed upon Hercules if Medusa had the chance to use it on him? Well, you gotta remember, in Stay Night, Castor doesn't leave the fucking temple. And Hercules almost never leaves the fucking castle.
Yeah.
They don't actually
I don't actually think they've interacted, no.
They don't have a lot of opportunity. I don't think ever Ilya or Medea actually came face to face in any of them, if I remember correctly.
I'm trying to remember. I'm one. Herc is an interesting guy. Like, depending on the route, sometimes he's like, you know, the big boogeyman first boss, but other times it's not as much of a hyper. So defeating Herc is like a huge deal in the original Fate route of Stay Night. That's where Shiro learns to trace Caliburn and they like double sword him.
I think he takes out. Yeah.
Whereas Unlimited Blade Works is Herc is continues to be the big bad because we have to deal with Medea's bullshit.
Who did kill? Was it Herc who killed Medusa, or was that Medea?
Yes.
Yeah, it was Herc.
No, Herc takes out Medusa, and that's how we realize that Herc is a problem again because she's gotten actually no, maybe it was Sachiro because she got her neck broken.
Yeah, no, I remember
She's
her.
not actually that physically strong if she's not going full Monster Mash mode. But yeah, in Unlimited Blade Works, Herc is dealt with like Gilgamesh because Gilgamesh needs to kill Ilya. And then I don't remember exactly what happens in Heaven's Feel, but I'm pretty sure it probably involves Dark Sakura eating him. That's what happens to half the cast in Heaven's Feel.
Yeah, no. Remember he got in Heaven's Feel he gets defeated by Saber Alter, and
right, yeah. Salter kills him because she's super strong.
Yeah.
Which is funny because the way that ends up reversing is that Saber Alter, gets in the takedown with Shiro and Medusa, which is again that's very funny because in Fate, Medusa dies in a straight up 1v1 Excalibur versus Bellerophon. And then, she wins that exchange in Heaven's Feel because Shiro's there to tank.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no, it's all over the place. But generally, no. Usually, depending on the route, those characters don't line up. The actual structure of the visual novel is interesting because, like I said, it's kind of like it's almost like a video game progression, but we shuffle up where the bosses are, right?
Yeah.
because like basically every servant is treated as a new challenge, and you know, they, you know, there's this phase in the story of like, okay, who the fuck is this guy? What is their deal? What's their thing? All right, we got to figure out how to deal with their thing. You know, so between like it changes every go round. But yeah, they don't interact a lot because usually you're dealing with one thread at a time. The only servants who interact long term is usually Artoria and Emiya, and then, you know, depending on the route, you may get some other stuff. Like there's a lot of bands with Ku in Unlimited Blade Works.
Did I?
It's flipped around.
I did. I put it on the wrong person because I'm an idiot. Good job, Watashi. Okay.
Now, if you want to ask the question, could Rulebreaker cancel the Madness enhancement? Big maybe.
I want to say no. Because I'm pretty sure, like, Berserker...
I mean, Rulebreaker can be used to steal command spells, so it's not like it doesn't work in relation to the summoning rules, but this is why I say maybe, because it would...
I'm pretty sure... Oh, sorry.
The writer want to do it.
Because I'm pretty sure this, like, the Madness enhancement from Herc is based upon the fucking curse that Hera places upon him, which is, you know, big Pantheon magic. I don't know if Rulebreaker can overwrite that.
Well, so... in Fate's Day Night, the way it was supposed to work is you summon servants as a berserker. They do have to have class compatibility, but their madness enhancement is basically set by the summoning.
Really?
So Ilya gives Herc super huge madness enhancement because she's got a holy grail in her guts, so she can use all the mana she likes. Which is why Herc is like a monster.
Okay.
So, this is also why in Fate Zero, Lancelot's master eventually basically like has a heart attack and dies because he does not have enough juice to keep Lancelot summoned going full bore with madness enhancement all the time. So yeah, like technically the madness enhancement level would have been a spell set by Ilya during the summoning. So that's why I say like maybe it's weird. Changed in the same summon? I mean, technically in Strange Fake, Herc is summoned as an archer, but then his summoner dumps some Grail Mud on him, and that makes him a multi-class 2 Avenger, but he's still technically true archer? Yeah. I don't know. Like I said, Rulebreaker is weird. Sometimes they decide Rulebreaker is like really, really strong. Yeah, that is a thing. In Heaven's Field, Shiro traces Rulebreaker to separate Sakura from the Grail. Like he's able to like split the goop up, de-goop.
Actually, where did you learn of Rulebreaker?
Pretty sure he saw Medea use it at some point during that run. Because somebody had to have their command seals separated. Was it Medusa? Did she get to freeball? I don't remember. The roots kind of blur together because there's a lot of stuff, and technically, like the animated adaptations are all slightly different from the actual like body of text in the VN.
Well, no, because I'm trying to remember because Medea jobs in Heaven's Field because fucking assassin pops out of Kojiro and takes out both Kojiro and Medea, and then everyone goes to the temple after everything's gone fucking tits up. I don't think Shiro ever ran into Medea.
Chad is talking about it. It seems like her shadow showed up at some point, either used by Darkstalker or Zoka.
Oh, it's okay. That makes sense. All right. Okay. I might just rewatch all 3 films again. It's been a while. I still haven't done that watch party.
Yeah, that's a thing for some other stuff I also think about. We had some DVDs and stuff. I mean, yeah, we'll see if we have some time. But also, 16 time.
So, this next one comes from Agent 418, who says, "Hello, Lucky and Omega. If you rolled, hope it went well, and if you didn't, I hope you have good luck on your next rolls. I got myself NP4 Mecha Dragon Lowly Jet Knight without burning too much of my soul's fire. Here's hoping I won't have to hit pity for the next 2 big targets. P.S. Have a good weekend, y'all." Well, good for you, and I say that with only half sarcasm.
Some people be hitting those big targets.
They really do. Sorry, I'm just thinking over the added madness enhancement. Where does all our servants' madness enhancement come from?
Weirdness. Also, to be fair, some of our servants have dog shit madness enhancement.
True.
Hey, fun fact, spoilers for future servant deets. Duryodhana, he's got an E- in madness enhancement.
Just a little bit.
He is like one of the least crazy berserkers we've had in a long fucking time.
Well, yeah, we say the class containers, but that means that even if, they do the summoning spell to up their madness enhancements, Berserker Herc must have had madness enhancement to begin with. So
yeah,
there
is some weird disconnect with this. We've mentioned this before. That you have to remember, chat, that Fate Stay Night is when the rules for summoning are at their most restrictive. For instance, only actual Hashishina are supposed to be assassins. You can only summon Western servants, and here's the thing: Berserkers do always have to have madness enhancement because otherwise they would not be Berserkers. It is their class skill. It's like how assassins have to have some kind of presence concealment. And writers, at least, always have to have writing. The writing is a class skill that gets spread to lots of classes, But madness enhancement, to qualify as a berserker, you're supposed to have been mad at some point in your life. So I think there is supposed to be some natural madness enhancement, but the Fuyuki summoning system allows you to deliberately summon servants as berserkers and just get extra juice. I think somebody's asking if in chat, if you try to summon, if nobody is trying to summon a berserker, do they just get randomized? Probably. From what we understand of the way master candidates work is just, the Grail is like, fuck you, there will be 7. And just starts passing them out, so, Actually, I'd have to go, this is something I have to go back and recheck Fate 04. Was Caster Giles summoned before Lancelot?
Honestly, I think the time frame is very wibbly wobbly.
It's true. Whatchamacallit? Urobushi was not super concerned, I think, with a timeline that made sense. He was trying to tell a story specifically. Nasu has not always been a very big stickler for canon either. So, yeah. I think the events are definitely, it might be shown that Caster Giles gets summoned before Lancelot because Lancelot is the last deliberate pick, but, catalysts and compatibility are weird. Okay, was it after? All right, seems fair.
I don't fucking know.
Either way, no matter what, the Grail was like, hold on, we need to get some fucking slots. I don't think it's piecemeal. Fate's just like, all right, here's the rules. We want to do the rules different. Well, they're different. And that, at least I will say, is somewhat internally consistent. That I don't think Nasu has ever been like, oh, well, if it's a different Grail War, the rules should still be the same. No. Every time our setting changes to some other place, there is usually some note that okay, it's called a Grail War because it's a fucking franchise and you want it to be called a Grail War. But it's not the exact same Grill War except for the time it was, so it's different. Okay, that would make sense if it was a comparison because of the three great families. So basically, that would be Gil, Lancelot, and Artoria are all basically summoned at the same time. Thank you, chat, for helping us with this. Fate. You know.
Just a little bit bullshit.
I forgot what that tagline was from a few years ago.
Oh, the Essentials of Fate?
Yeah.
I remember that.
I'm trying to remember. They had a cool subtitle for the whole franchise. We'll probably see something like that again.
I hope so.
Next year? Next year's the 20th anniversary of Fate Stay Night. So. It came out in 2004, so expect some stees. Not that this year, I'm sure this year's anniversary CM will be super solid. They always go out of their way to do really good work. Is our theme world travel again? Is that what's going on?
I don't know if it's world travel, because I saw the Comet one earlier. That is not world travel.
Well, I mean, it's you know, it's got some culture stuff, because I think it's supposed to be, like, a reference to certain, like, carnival stuff. But also, hey, specifically, it's a callback to the Bakeli Satsuki April Fool's game, like so many things are. Oh, is it Japanese festival specifically? That could make sense.
It is summer, after all.
It might be generally summer-themed, because that would explain why, like, you know, Kama's kind of done up with all these extra bits. They also showed that one alter ego's name I can't remember. The, you know, water boy. He's got a firefly catching net. So there's definitely some summer stuff going on. Okay. All right.
Let's keep it going. This next one comes from a Monster Girl aficionado who says, "Dear Lucky Omega, no question this week, just sending you good vibes, wah 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 wah, and wishing you well. Keep up the great work. Your show's the highlight of my week. Now, if you excuse me, I have a pressing appointment at the Gold Saucer." Yeah, no, they announced that we're getting the Making It Rain event next Friday. So Gold Saucer is going to be the place to be. It's going to be great. But let's keep moving on to the last one here. This last one comes from the master that's torn between Type Moon Games and hyped releases. Hello again, Lucky Omega. I hope you're doing fairly this weekend and avoiding burnout. My question for you this week is, have you ever pulled on the banner where you wanted to get both units, but you can only pull one? On this banner, I wanted Tamlin, Lancelot, and Percy, but I spent 360 quartz and got 7 Percys, no Lancelot, and I wanted to ask if either of you had any rolling sessions that weren't what you wanted, but had a fair turnout. Best wishes to you both, and I'll be scrounging Saint Quartz for the Bug King.
Yes, often.
Yeah, no. I sometimes get those, but then more often than not, I just, a quick draw my credit card.
Money.
Mm-hmm. Like, for example, before I, with the previous banner, I was rolling for Morgan, and I did not get her with the quartz I had saved up. But I did not have a bad run. Like, I believe I got a Scheherazade, 2 Tamlin Gwaines, and a couple other things, and so I'm just all like, technically, not bad. This is okay. But then I was just all like...
I think it was TL Tristan, because you hadn't gotten that many Gwaines, because that's what you did, the rolls.
No. I did get 2 Gwaines. I didn't have a Tristan. And then...
Okay.
And then
you got some extra Tristans, that's right.
Yeah, because then that's what I wanted. NP5 Gwaine, and that's when I started getting all the Tristans, and I was all like, what's happening? And then the vibrations happened. But
Crackerjack time.
It was Crackerjack time. But that is it for the mailbag. Yay. So with that, Actually, hang on. Let me see if someone... Oh, okay. No one tried to get in the last minute. I was hoping someone would just go on here and say, Lucky, tell me your thoughts about the relationship between blah, blah, but no one did. I cry. You had a chance. I pitched it low and you all missed. Omega?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, we're here. I already answered the mailbag response, so alright. That can be the end of our mailbag. Bony stretch, bony stretch. I'm just sitting here cooling off. It was actually, you know, raining thunderbolts and lightning earlier, but it passed very quickly, so now, cool front. Yeah, Zeus check. No, we're fine. It's cooling off. It's a brisk 75 degrees, mostly cloudy. My window's open. The crickets are chirping. And we're still under 2 hours, but over an hour and a half. Ooh,
okay.
Yes.
Actually, this is weird. I did just refresh it again, and now I have 11, but I can't see the ones that were added.
I just closed. I'll check it. YouTube holding anything back? I see 11 comments. Did we get, like, replies? No? Well, I see one of them at the bottom. Well, that doesn't explain the 10th, I should say.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, wait, no, there is 10.
Yeah. I assume technically that would be the 11th. I'll get in studio. Somebody add one and delete it really quick. Comments.
Okay, so there's that one from a gremlin. I'm gonna report this person.
Yeah, I don't see it.
$2 from Manga Man. So what's the relationship between Mashu and BB?
Oh, hey. Wow, YouTube gave me a note. That's our first ever super chat from Call Me Zed.
Thank you.
Hey. You trying to get their bling-a-ling on.
So
apparently Twitch is trying to copy super chats with what they call hype chats, where they just be like, look at this comment. Isn't it neat?
Anyway, so the thing about Mashu and BB is they both actually have a secret energy called Kohai energy, K-E. It's redonkulous high. But guys, someone next week asked me about the relationship between Sakura faces and Hindu goddesses.
Yeah, but like this one will be highlighted with green X. Anyway, okay. I'm going to pause the audio for a sec because we have been going for almost 2 hours. This is a good stretch your leg time.
Right.
And we'll get into free talk. And I'm doing this before I get thunderbolted, so it'll work out this time. Ha-ha. All right. I'm pausing. I'm going to be right back. Chad,
Okay.
I also recommend you stretch your legs if you've been here this whole time.
Alright, I've been on this too much, so let me actually keep blowing through these. Unleash Musashi. No. It's direct. Trust me. Oh, Jesus. Oh, thank you, Garen Gibson, saying I'll hold you to that Hindu theory. BS, lucky I'll chase you to the ends of the earth. Well, I want you guys to go look at something. Go look at the composition of Parvati and her other sides, and then look at what goddess, and then look up at what parts make up the Sakura 5, and start drawing some conclusions. No, it's gotta be a Shiro face for Shiva. I will accept no one else. Like, if we get Shiva and it's not a Shiro face, I will be the ultimate upset.
Okay. I'm back. We're recording.
I feel like I am... How am I keep missing these damn skills?
Well, you're only at 2-2 and guys are big.
Well, that would mean that that Parvati is married to basically to her own face, which is weird.
Yeah, it'll be weird.
Like, because you gotta remember, the three aspects of Parvati are Parvati, Kali, and Durga, and Kali and Durga are this kind of weird evil form. And then Parvati herself is part of a triumvirate between Sarasvati, Parvati, and Lakshmi Bai.
Triangles and triangles and triangles.
Yeah.
Big triangles. But yeah, in general, just to say this, I would like to remind everybody, I believe that FGO in their materials and side sources have always kind of implied that Kali and Durga exist and would probably be Sakura faces. So that is a thing that's been in there, and we know that FGO is not afraid to throw their lines early. Keep in mind that Rasputin has been foreshadowed ever since Welfare Iris Veil's materials pages.
Sati would be when all three of them do the fucking fusion dance. Clearly,
I could see that as like a NP attack or something. There's a lot of funny things going on. There's lots of fusions and layers. Hey, speaking of some Hindu stuff, we're back. We're going. It's time for free talk. Let's talk about some new servants. I hope you're happy. We have 2 story-locked servants coming up. That's a very interesting thing to start with. Not limited, though you do get Akama limited SSR rerun as Banner 2. But yeah, 2 new servants that are story-locked. That's been a while since that happened. First, let's talk about Duryodhana, Karna's BFF. Technically the antagonist of the Mahabharata, though I feel like part of the point of the Mahabharata is that the Pandavas are also kind of assholes. Because, by the way, despite the fact that he's the antagonist, at the end of it all, Duryodhana's up in heaven. Like, what the fuck is he doing here? Listen, religiously, he was fine. He was just kind of an asshole. The Mahabharata is actually really interesting if you think about it from, like, a moral and ethical standpoint. He's no big dicks, chat. Anyway, he's a new story-locked SR Berserker. He leans on the higher HP, lower attack area of it for an SR. But he is 1Q, 2A, and 2 buzz. But he's got average hit counts and honestly, pretty bad NP gen. It's only 0.35 for having like 3 hits arts and I think like a 4-hit quick. I think there's an explanation for this, but you may see it as a little low. Again, in the realm of like Castorias and fucking Koyanskayas, your actual NP gen rate doesn't really matter if you're like serious about spending money to build team comps, but it's just something to know. Keep this in mind. His NP is an AoE arts. It has 6 hits, and it has a chance to reduce enemies' resistance to quick arts and buster for 3 turns each based on overcharge. So it goes first. And it goes there. That's fair, Angel Blancos. They say, let's not go too deep on the Bahar. It's normally convoluted. It's also fucking huge. Also, no, we're not talking about Beamer. We're talking about Duryodhana. But like I said, he has the Omni, and it procs first. So I assume what the logic here is mathematically is you have a 6-hit arts NP. You're gonna hit enemies with arts resistance down, which is basically like arts up but in reverse. So it probably won't matter. It's just the kind of thing to keep in mind if you're like, you know, struggling in a story fight later and you're just using regular arts cards and you're like, why isn't this charging? It's because there's a thing here. But yeah, no. And that is 3 turns, by the way, based on overcharge. And it hits first. So it's an interesting one. Duryodhana's first skill is a charisma variant. It's 10 to 20% attack up and crit up for the team for 3 turns, and gives a random ally a star absorb buff for 1 turn.
Random?
Yes. Randomly gives an ally. It's like plus 500% though for 1 turn, so no matter who it is, they get in the stars. It's just, you know, weird. It's randomized. Second skill is a 20 to 30% arts and crit buff on self for 3 turns, and also gives 5 to 15 stars. Final skill gives a ally of your choice star absorption for 3 turns, gives himself 10 to 20 stars per turn for 3 turns, and 10% NP battery per turn for 3 turns. Again, kind of compensating for the NP game being a little weird. It also lowers all of your enemies' debuff resistance by 20 to 40% for 1 turn, basically trying to make sure that NP stuff sticks. His only passive is Madness Enhancement E-. It's an interesting kit. It has its own feel. It's not really a game-breaking one, but it's all right. It does stuff. There's probably some combos in there.
He's solid.
And certainly, he's doing some interesting things. Yeah. No, so there's like some troops there. So then there's Beeman, second of the Pandavas, so Arjuna's older brother, but not his oldest brother. He's brother number 2. Arjuna is actually the middle child. Get your own jokes about middle child syndrome out now. He is blessed by the wind god Vayu, and is an SSR Lancer. He is kind of opposite from Duryodhana. He's got the high attack, low HP spread. He has just a little bit less attack than Vritra, and just a skosh more HP than Karna. Typical Lancer, quick arts, buster deck, medium hit counts, high NP game. Somebody brought up in chat, it's 0.72. So he's on the higher end because he's only got 1 arts card. He has a Buster single target NP, which gives him 50% crit damage up for 3 turns, and strips the enemy's buffs first.
Oh, first.
Yep. So I'm sure this guy is a boss fight in this Paper Moon audio call story thing, and I bet he fucking sucks. But other than that, hey, buff strip first. It's great. It's a great move, so check it out. And then also, so the way that the wiki describes this is it does additional damage based on overcharge, but also seems to say it does additional hits.
Really?
Yeah, so at overcharge 0%, he doesn't do any extra damage, but if you get it at higher levels, it basically counts as doing like extra hits, because it says it's like 5 hit, and then it says up to 5 hits, 5 more hits with additional overcharge. So yeah, basically no matter what, the way it works is functionally he does more damage if your overcharge is higher. It increases the base damage multiple. Oh, it does straight up do extra hits. Yeah, okay. His NP animation does change. Okay. That's good to know. Okay, so yeah, so he literally does extra hits. Cool. That's a new unique feature. But yeah, that's already pretty solid. His first skill is a 2k to 3k guts for 1-3, a 20-30% battery on self, and removes his own debuffs. Pretty standard for Lancers. They're pretty tanky usually. Second skill is basically the Buster version of Duryodhana's skill. They both have the same name, just one is Buster, one is Arts. It's actually, funnily enough, the fact that they are both known for their fighting with maces and clubs. That was their thing, mace martial arts. Beam, I believe, is a Lancer because he has access to the Wind God's Spear. But yeah, there's some interesting stuff going on there. But yeah, it's 20-30% Buster up and crit up on himself for 3 turns and 5 to 15 stars. His final skill gives himself a 20-30% attack up for 3 turns and also gives him some on-attack buffs. It's that thing they do with servants who use 2 card types. You get 10% crit damage up for 3 turns when you use quick cards. This activates first. You also get 5 stars when you use a Buster card, both for 3 turns. The on-attack buff. So yeah, you get crit buffs when doing quick cards, keeping in mind that if you remember how quick chains work, you now get free critical chance anyway. So you get crit damage up as well. And yeah, just 5 free stars every time you use a Buster card. You know, perfectly normal. Everything's fine. Passives are MRC, Divinity B, and he has a unique passive for complete immunity to poison. He is unpoisonable. This is a mythology thing.
Oh, that's useful.
Because Duryodhana tried to poison him and threw his body in the river, but he was dredged up by some Naga who healed him. It's kind of funny. By the way, in case it wasn't clear, these 2 guys are serious enemies and rivals in the Mahabharata. Bhima is the one who kills Duryodhana by cheating.
Hacks.
They do a one-on-one duel with maces. In duels, they have a no below the belt rule. But because of some stuff that happened earlier, Bhima swore to crush Duryodhana's thighs, so he does. With his mace, guys. Don't make it weird. So it was technically cheating. But yeah. So this Lancer, Lancer's a pretty goated class. There's a lot of really good Lancers. But Bhima seems to fit in there. He's got some slick new moves. He's got some interesting tricks up his sleeve. And he does kind of fit in with the directions that Buster and Quick Support has been going. Like I said, remember that in the future, the way the chains work is that if you start with Quick, not only do you generate more stars, but you also get some free crit chain stuff going on. It kind of enhances that first card a little. So there's some interesting things going on. So yeah, both these cards seem pretty interesting. Duryodhana is drawn by Paco. Thumbs up. So yeah, there's a lot of interesting stuff going on. Both of them seem pretty slick. Obviously, me personally, I am interested in what new servants may appear on future banners for raisins.
For raisins.
But, I think both of these guys are still very solid debuts, and it's a very interesting. They are both technically story locked.
Yeah, I'm a little mad about that. I was hoping at least one of them would be a permanent.
No, sadly, they are story locked.
It's like I don't know.
So that means that if you want them, you got to aim for the banner.
Like I said,
it's got to be a little awkward for us.
Yeah.
Because this year's already very stacked in JP. You've got, Kukulkan, Tiamat,
Draco.
Mother Draco, yeah. And now, obviously, we don't know what the anniversary servant's going to be, but then there's Ordeal Call. And with, again, depending on things, this Paper Moon might have a third banner that's even spicier. So I don't know yet.
I'm thinking she's going to be the SR with the other one being the SSR.
We'll see how it shakes out. I don't know if anybody's got any big data mines going on, but there's a few things going on here that are interesting. Yeah, Kukulkan also has 2 banners though, so that's, funny. Yes, technically Rasputin was this year because he was New Year's as well.
Yes.
Listen, Kiri understands. I'm not going hard on him. If he shows up, he shows up. But like, I got other shit to worry about. Okay.
Honestly, at this point, I think I do want me a Cuckoo, but I think I might just have to skip Anniversary and all of LB7.
Yeah, the actual LB7 banners we'll see.
It's like, oh god.
Chat, remind me, is Taluk permanent or limited SR? I don't recall. Okay, Solalex is permanent anyway. All right, cool. Oh, we've got Data Mine that is a 5-star servant.
Oh, no.
For a certain character. Okay. Ooh,
Oh,
boy.
no.
Hey, it's okay. I'll phrase it this way, chat. My personal mental joke is that this is just an early look at the summer Medusa I've watched.
That's all I was going to make that joke, too.
Listen, if Ludicrous Altar is also permanent, yeah, that's a very weird thing, but yeah, but no, like, if Lady Avalon can technically be a summer servant, we could do this the other way around. Yeah, I don't know about FGO leaks have gotten weird. Half of them are almost always completely wrong. God, I'm trying to remember. There were a lot of leaks about LB7 banners. Some of them were accurate. Some of them were just fucking stupid bad.
That's spoilers, Orion. Delete that shit or I'm gonna delete it.
I'll get it. I'm moderating. I'll remove it.
It's like there's a reason why we're not using names and talking around things. Yeah. Trust us, we already knew that.
Yeah, you think I did not raid JP spoilers immediately when I started seeing like fan arts and stuff, but there's a reason why I don't let you guys post those fan arts in just regular art dump. Because some people are not paying attention and don't want to pay attention. Are there summer leaks already? That I don't know.
I'm like I said, I try not to.
I do not keep up on the data mine stuff very regularly. I have not been looking super hard at JP spoiler, but I do check in occasionally.
Listen, I'm on Twitter. I see things, and that means when I see things, I need answers for things. But generally, I do not go looking.
Listen, you know, people will be out there with, you know, fan art and stuff, and that's just how it works.
Yeah.
But okay, all right. I scrolled up for some reason. Okay, but yeah, so these two guys are story locked. It's very interesting to get in there. But all right, okay, at 2 hours, you know, raw stream recording time.
Woo!
We're here.
All right, where was our break? Heck.
Where we were going to start last week before, again, we were interrupted by Gods and Men, was we had just finished Fragment 3 Sheffield with Winky Yu. And we're going to move into Section 6 Wales, number 1.
Okay. All right, see, this is why I'm glad I took copious notes, because I can't actually remember all this that well.
Yep. This is where I duplicate my tabs so I can keep track of my notes and look at it.
All right, so we start Section 6, Wales, Section, Part 1. So while traveling along the way, we crash into 6 fairies that say another one of their member has been abducted and taken to a hidden, out-of-the-way location, sounding like the most ambushy ambush that ever ambushed. Artoria runs off immediately. This is actually...
Go ahead.
I am very weirded out a little bit by this, of how Artoria survived so long. Oh, I didn't actually mention this, but we stopped because we accidentally almost flipped the carriage because we ran into these guys, and Artoria was just like, "Hey, I feel like something's about to happen."
Yeah, she gets vibes and stuff.
But you were about to say something else, Omega?
Yeah, my note on this was just Artoria walks into purple circles and is surprised when enemies pop out. Like, she jumps at the chance to just get into this and do the thing.
This is something that definitely gets mentioned. Artoria is kind of this meek girl who just go from 0 to 100 in an instant.
Yeah, the weird thing is, because of the way fairies work, I didn't think about this in context, but it comes up later in some Act 2 stuff. Like, by our reckoning, she's only 16 years old, right? But remember, she's a fairy, so she's been this way for 16 years flat. Like, so I don't know if that has influenced her at all, because technically, you know, she has 16 years worth of memories of being her, but also she's been this way her whole life, I think. So,
Yeah.
Anyway, NFF ambush.
We get into a fight with some NFF beasts, and this is the first fight, I believe, where we get Muramasa as support. It's interesting because here he is actually an alter ego, and he has unique skill, Godslayer. It's very wild. Also, much like a lot of the other interesting NPCs, he does have just subtitles for his lines, which I think makes more sense in this case because I'm pretty sure we're never getting an alter ego Muramasa with Godslayer.
Yeah, and he does actually say different lines for his skills activation and cards. For one thing, he will. I love that one of his skill lines is just, "So what if they're fairies?" But if you pay close attention, his specific voice lines will let you know some of the deities he is fused with. Almost assuredly, for instance, one of the deities that the alien god added to him has to be Susanoo, because one of his NP card themes specifically says, "Got Kushinada Hime in my hair," which is a reference to Susanoo slaying Orochi.
Mm-hmm.
He turned Kushinada Hime into a comb and hid her in his hair. Then he got that motherfucker drunk.
Yep.
But yeah, I think we have a couple of other notes in here. But yeah, Muramasa actually being an alter ego for this part threw me a little bit because it's completely different class strengths, right?
Yes.
So I was like, oh, right, he's actually an alter ego, like for realsies. This is different, new, fresh, sometimes not helpful. But yeah, so we solve our NFF problem.
Yep, we solve it. Sorry, I was checking the chat. That's some interesting leaks. I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna be real. I'm just gonna say this real quick. Everyone's hoping for Summer Morgan. I don't think there's I can think of couple people out there, but most people seeing it is like, yeah, there's gonna be a Summer Morgan this year. All the other ones, who knows? I put money on this Summer Morgan. I put money on Summer Morgan Caster. Summer Morgan Caster. That's what I want. But moving on with our actual recap. So after the battle, we actually found out it was actual trouble. Apparently, these 7 dwarf-like fairies had apparently bought a bargain set in Gloucester.
Yeah, Koyan sold the 7 dwarves some trash mobs.
But as is appropriate of after using support Muramasa, we actually talk about his kit a little bit. Turns out alter ego Muramasa has been fine-tuned to kill gods. He said he's been fused with a blind god of war responsible for Ragnarok and another which is just wish fulfillment. So, Tyr? Question mark? I don't know if Tyr...
The general is Hod or Hodor.
Oh, Hodor.
The blind god who shot Baldur.
Oh, who shot Baldur. Okay.
Yeah. Balder's brother who was blind.
Okay.
Which is technically a god slayer, so it makes sense.
Yeah. Okay, no, yeah, why did I think Tyr started Ragnarok?
Because of God of War Ragnarok, probably. He's also involved in some of the other setup shit.
I know, maybe it's because I was thinking about Finir.
Yeah.
I guess I just don't got my Norse mythology all lined up, because I do remember, yeah, the mistletoe arrow that, Loki shenanigans again, but...
Yeah. Ugh. The wish fulfillment is probably the Susanoo part, because remember how he's obsessed with the Kusanagi.
Mm-hmm. But we continue talking about the camp, and when asked how Lembo's final moment, the only appropriate response is, like a bitch.
Once again, same brain cell. My note on this part of the story was, if you ever meet Limbo, tell him I said, like a bitch.
Merv's muscle is just like, all right, I'm just not gonna pretend I didn't hear that, and turns over.
Yeah.
But so as we wind down for the night, it becomes apparent that there is someone watching / following us, and they seem a decent sort, if not the most capable, and I sense adorableness in our future. Foreshadowing. So we make it to the autumn woods of Wales, and there are many cute and innocent fairies here. We can't understand them, they're very bug-like, but they are also very welcoming. It's actually quite cute. We get settled in, but then some black dogs appear and a stagnant one. And I'm going to be real quick. The stagnant one's King of the Storm, plus 2 stacks of half HP guns was kind of bullshit for such a nothing fight.
Yeah, I think that might actually wrap around to some other shit.
Maybe.
Some exploration later. If I got a note for that, if it actually comes back. But yeah, my notes was like there was a really strong enemy mixed in there for some reason. It's very weird.
Yeah. This actually happens later, and I realized there was a theme, and it kind of made me go, ugh.
Yeah, there's some, like I said, I don't think there's a lot of filler to this Lostbelt technically, but there's a couple of subplots in these fights that probably could be skipped.
Yeah. Black dogs are apparently evil fairy-eating fairies, one of 2 type. The other type was sealed by the Fang clan, but apparently it cursed them. Talking about this and that, we get some sweet treats, and we find out that apparently processing food is illegal here? Not entirely sure what that was all about, but I guess it has something to do with, like, that kind same of mindset that forbids people from being used as, like, you know, literal, you know, beasts of burden and whatnot. I don't know. But after dinner that night, we talk about Fae families. Apparently, there are actually no actual families aside from ones that the fairies decide on them themselves. As fairies die, another is born, sharing the same characteristics and considered the successor to the previous. In rare cases, the successor may be born before the previous one dies, and these can be referred to as children. As in the case with Morgan's daughters, Tamlin, Tristan, and Artoria. Specifically, in this case, it's because of their magecraft, which is the qualifier before becoming the King of Fairy Britain.
Yeah. I've got similar in my notes here. Basically, fairy facts, you know, fairies don't have a real family, but similar fairies who manifest around the same time with similar appearance might call themselves sibling. It's just kind of almost like another bit of the LARP thing they do.
Yeah.
And the generation, they manifest in generations, so a successor might be called son or daughter, even if they don't technically pass anything on. But it does say that generations should be similar in aptitude and appearance, so they just have a new purpose, but they're the same type of fairy in the same sort of role. So this is why, this is a thing I think we see with some of the clan heads later, why some of them are said to be related to previous heads and may inherit names, appearances, etc. This may be important later.
Mm-hmm.
Also, it is kind of funny for the story to be like calling Artoria Morgan's daughter, even though, you know, that's not normally how the Arthuriana works. They're, you know, you would say sisters in this context. Fairy stuff.
Fairies and stuff. So that night we have a real talk with Oberon, who we talk about a lot of things here, of our guilt, our savior complex, and a lot about what's going on right now that's gonna happen, even though we are not the protagonist this time. Like, I don't think I could actually have probably written down here what we talked about, because it was a bit thought-provoking about how we constantly feel the need that we must be the one to rush into danger, because if we're not the one doing it, then, you know, who is?
Yeah. My note just says moth talk, but there's a lot of deep work here.
There's a lot of deep work here. Again, I feel like if I wanted to give, like, the full breadth of this, I would actually have to have parsed it all out.
We would literally have to quote Oberon, because Oberon is interesting because sometimes this, I think, is like part of his mischievousness, his deviousness, but sometimes in general, I think his mind just works this way. Oberon is like whip quick with changing topics.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if a conversation is going in a direction that he's like, either because it's accidentally stumbled that way or deliberetely he wants to shift gears, he shifts gears very fast. So we walk through a couple of different topics here.
Mm-hmm.
I think the most interesting thing, because he's talking about, Oberon frames it as, you know, we're not the protagonists of this story. We're not the lead role in this play. I'm like, so Oberon, are he thinking of us as more of like the Greek chorus, the observers, or does Oberon think we're the Deus Ex Machina?
I think we're the observers. Because, like, honestly, it seems a little weird to think of it this way, but if we were to, like, frame this in, like, ye old, like, Arthurian mythology, I kind of feel like we're in the Merlin role here. get your caster jokes out now, but we're mostly there to support Artoria and get her what she needs to get the job done while, passing maybe some sage advice along the way. Or, in most of our case, doing something completely ballsy that just makes Artoria go, "That's rad."
Yeah. This is how she's going to unlock all of her 6 fairy clan fighting styles. Just see that real cool move. That's rad. But yeah, and I honestly, part of this question I ask because I'm not sure if Oberon knows what he thinks. Because I feel like, again, he plays a lot of stuff close to the vest. I asked this question because, like, does Oberon think we're the Deus Ex Machina? I agree. We're definitely, like I would say, we're kind of like the Greek chorus. We're here to let you know information, exposition, for commentary, but we're not really, like, a part of the story, especially at this stage. We do eventually kind of take it on ourselves to get a little more involved, but we'll talk about that.
And I must unleash Musashi. But when we start talking about things that we want or things that we're looking for, we do ask Oberon what he wants, and he says that as foolish as impossible it may be, Oberon is looking for Titania, the only woman that could actually stand him.
Yes. Because as discussed earlier, Titania is completely fictional. The name was absolutely completely made up by Shakespeare. Though honestly, like just in a general commentary, because this will keep coming back, the archetypal character of the Fairy Queen is really interesting because she is very often not named, probably for spookum reasons.
Yeah, no, names have power.
People don't want to be naming that name, so there are probably plenty of mythological fairies who you could tack the name Titania on. Would they actually beat Titania? Eh.
I don't know. It feels
There's a lot of stuff with names. We'll be talking about it later.
Sorry, I'm trying to think of like some of a sample servant for someone. I can't think of it. But like no, it's not impossible for a fictional character to become a servant. Like look at
Sherlock Holmes. This is a debate we have. Are you real or not, man?
We don't know, but Jekyll and Hyde, hecking. I just had a third one. Phantom.
Oh yeah, Phantom, very much. Phantom, literally the Phantom of the Opera, right?
And it's like
Frankenstein's monster. Seminal work of literature. Again, a lot of this is the literary agent hypothesis, but because a lot of these narratives are framed as like outside ones, but that also doesn't always matter. Like I don't characters from, like, for instance, Dracula, which if you guys haven't read Dracula sometime. It's written very, very specifically, but the original Dracula is pitched as letters and diary notes from like John Harker to Mina and stuff like that. Like that is actually written like it's a piece of work that, Bram Stoker dug up. So, like, there's a lot of interesting notes here.
Carmilla is another one.
Yep, Carmilla is a novella.
So, no, like, as long as I think there is something to base it on, no, that could totally be Titania in the throne, but I don't know if it would be Oberon's Titania,
Yeah. And honestly, that's probably a lot of like Oberon has some arc stuff that we're gonna continue to dig into. So, yeah, there's definitely, I think there's more to explore here. But this is important for plot stuff, and also is the punchline to a joke later.
But we go to bed after that, and we start the morning with a light practice bout.
Yep,
gets the juices going. We talk about this and that. We learned that Artoria is definitely a grandpa's girl.
Yeah, I put in my notes, Kestria is jealous of our grandpa time.
But while talking to her, we do decide that we are going to commit to supporting Artoria and her cause. Because before this, we were kind of running around not knowing really what we're doing because we're looking for MASH. But we're going around seeing that things are a little wonky here.
As always, the Lostbelt is absolutely fucked. But the Lostbelt is also fucked in the cosmic sense, like, this is a point we keep reiterating. We don't need to do anything to fuck over this Lostbelt. This Lostbelt is already pre-fucked. In a cosmic sense. The tree is gone. Hypothetically, at some point, it should just go away. So we don't need to, like, wage war on it. So, yeah, a lot of the time we're just like, well, what the fuck do we do? I guess we look for MASH, but then we don't find MASH, so what the fuck are we doing? And then, like I said, you said, at this point, we just, like, yeah, no, we just need to commit to Artoria's bit and actually, like, go through with it. And she has to go all over Fairy Britain to ring all the bells if she's going to be the Child of Prophecy, so we'll just tag along with her, and MASH we'll find MASH along the way.
Mm-hmm.
My notes for this are just light party. Sheep.
But Oberon's decided to hear this and say he's going to go out and gather information and unleashes his next form. Ryder Oberon, also known as Robin Goodfellow, says it's time to save Norwich. He is so small, so portable.
He comes in fun size, as I put down in my notes.
Mm-hmm. And that is the end of Section 6.
Yeah. Now it's time for the one you all want. I know. Out of Act 1, anyway. I think this is the one that people probably wanted us most to talk about.
Probably. So let's go to Section 7, Fragment 4, Sheffield 2.
I've read a pretty poignant start to this one. It says in my notes, and doom came to Sheffield. Or, as we say in the biz, because this was my note 2 weeks ago, and then it got worse. It keeps happening, chat.
So, the narration begins mentioning that the Queen's army is being led by Tamlin Gwaine, with Barrow being nasty, and that was only about a day before Sheffield is wiped off the map. So, I am guessing that this is the thing that Tamlin Gwaine did before she arrived at the human ranch.
I think this lines up timeline-wise.
Yes. But we see MASH and her lovely sprite continuing to put Boggart off his game. But he tries to get inside her head and points out MASH's avoidance of the Black Barrel and how she doesn't like to fight. Eventually, he mentions the Caterpillar War, in which the only instance where the Queen screamed.
Yeah,
apparently,
this will come back later.
Apparently, Morgan doesn't like caterpillars?
Yeah. Insectoids.
But
yeah, like I said, Booger tries to psychoanalyze MASH here, but I think the thing he misses is he still doesn't really understand what the Black Barrel really is yet.
I'm gonna be honest, no one really does.
Yeah, I'm not even sure Sion, who built this copy of it, understands what the Black Barrel is for. It's one of Atlas's 7 forbidden super weapons they just have in their basement. Like, the reason why they are in their basement is because they're like, I don't fucking know what this does. What's this here for? But yeah, like, he tries to like I said, get in MASH's head and figure out what the deal is. And I do agree with him that MASH doesn't like fighting, but that's not why she has put a mental block around the Black Barrel. It's because there's something wrong about the Black Barrel. It's a tool for killing gods. It is not natural or normal.
Not at all. But we learn a little bit more about previous events. Apparently, Tamlin Gwaine became Tamlin Gwaine in that war, and she lost her old name, redacted. Before that, she was detested as the daughter of the Black Dogs, and stopped fighting with Fang and Claw and took up the sword. She didn't like it to exploit the weak and expanded that the strong take more responsibility. Good old, noblesse oblige. And I think this usually lines up pretty much with what I've seen of her. Listen, I have a list of characters in this game. It goes from, and it's like I love them to I'm gonna fucking kill them. Trust me, Tamlin Gwaine still pretty much at the top. She's great. I love her.
Yeah. This can be a meta commentary about Tamlin Gwaine in general, but out of all of the, named major characters, and especially so far the summonable characters I've met, she's not super high on my shit list. she does bad things, but almost always she is doing those things, either understanding what she's doing is quote unquote wrong, because either it's overly destructive or not what Morgan asked her to do or whatever, and accepts the consequences of her actions immediately.
Mm-hmm.
Or it's part of her own personal worldview, which it has its flaws, but also is not as it's not as self-serving and sadistic as I don't know, Tamlin Tristan. Whose ethos so far, in what I've seen so far, again, remember, I'm not caught up all the way on Act 2, but so far, Tamlin Tristan's ethos is just...
Give me your ankles.
I'm princess. I'm baby. I want it. I want to do a murder, I do a murder. I want shoes, I get shoes. That's just how she's going.
It's Tamlin Gwaine seems like the person who heard about, actual Knights of the Round Table and was like, yeah, I want to be that.
Yeah.
Even when she's doing bad things, it's usually because she's, I feel like she's only doing them on orders.
Sorry. Robin said, I will not stand for the slander. I will sit. True. Like I said, I'm not all the way through the story. I'm sure there will be some level of wraparound, but I'm going to be honest. In a general level, I don't know how well I could stand or sit to be in the same room as someone who willingly enjoys the company of Beryl Goots, okay?
No.
That's a big litmus test right there.
Listen, I think I'm okay with Babbo killing fairies because a lot of the time I'm starting to get to the point of fuck these fairies, just in general. But the Beryl Good thing is still just a hard fucking pass. Listen, Morgan gets a pass because she did something that made me go ha.
Yeah. We will discuss Morgan at length at certain points.
Oh, definitely.
As we've discussed previously, so far she's not actually been on screen that much, so there's there. But
tea parties,
God, fucking, yeah, no, just the main thing with Tamlin Tristan is just that relationship with Beryl is just they're so gross together, and not in the normal gross way, but just ugh. They're such that couple. Just ugh. You have cute nicknames. Why? What's wrong with you? I mean, I think it does say something that Morgan doesn't stop her, but that's also because, again, like you said, the thing about, I don't care that she kills fairies, because, but, yeah.
Honestly, again, I think I've mentioned this before, I'm getting the succinct expression that Morgan only cares about Britain, capital B, Britain. She doesn't care about anything other than that, including the people living on Britain.
Slight future shade here, but strictly speaking, Morgan seems to understand how this system of fairies works, and I believe she is not wrong in her assumption that so long as Britain still exists, there will still be purposes, capital P, and thus there will be more fairies, right?
Mm-hmm.
Studio Mega, I can forgive the fairy mass murder, but enjoy the company of Beryl is a step too far. True.
Correct.
True facts. Correct. Yes. No. And well, I mean, listen, if you ever are in a scene with Beryl, you understand. It really must be the fact that Morgan on some level covers for his ass. Or that's why he's always hanging around Tamlin Tristan, because she is the queen's, adoptive daughter, so you can't just cap her. Because, I'm very surprised nobody has punched his ticket already. The only person in this Lostbelt who seems to like Beryl is Babbo. Okay? Everybody else is just oh, it's that guy. Ugh. Anyway, we have so much further to go in this segment alone.
All right. But so, while we're having all this talk, an alarm goes off, and the Queen's army is already here. Unfortunately, it's not just Tamlin Gwaine has shown up, but also Tristan and Lancelot. This immediately goes from a potentially winnable battle to a hopeless one. And Boggers decides to use the Black Barrel, a decision that the narrator says was the worst one. The map OST changes here.
Yeah, I caught that too, and the things they do with this OST, and I think I'm not 100% sure. I have to give it my ear again. Spoilers. Like I said, I was not feeling very well yesterday, and I focused on working on Tears of the Kingdom. So I know that I'm further ahead of Lucky, so I've not been going very ham on the Lostbelt, but I think there are variants of this map theme later as well. Like, I'm not sure the piano accompaniment was there in the first version they used. But, like, we'll get back into it later because you have some comments about it as well. But, like, this map theme, this second theme they use a couple times in Act 1 and later all throughout Act 2 is a thing. There is, like, a sense about this.
Yeah.
And when they do that switch, they've got me a couple times. Like, it's that moment of just like, oh no. Don't. No. We'll see if we get to my next. I had a very literal in Act 2. I've so far had at least one very literal. No, wait. I was just like, no, don't do this to me. Don't do this to me, map effects. But yeah. Anyway, once we go into the next pip, today we learned the Black Barrel is not a toy.
It is not. Bogart has gone mad with fucking power and has made Mash cry, an unforgivable offense in my books. But she and Hobbitrot decide to help the townspeople escape while Bogart continues to fire out the Black Barrel. I kind of wish I had read more about it on the effects it was having on him and the people around him. I didn't think about it because I was in a fucking mood.
Yeah, but no, this is why I say it's not a toy, because we, as the player, understand what it takes to fire the Black Barrel once. Every time we fired the Black Barrel in Olympus, we had to use all our command spells, and also almost always we took a nap afterward.
A psychosomatic nap.
Yes. I believe the first time we did it, we were at a very real chance we would have died without Olympian medical intervention. And Bogart is just like, woo, guns, blam, blam, baby.
Like, he
not
doesn't
understanding that every time he fires that, he is sucking up the vital energy of not just himself, but all of his dudes.
Yeah, I think they just like talk about how some of his allies were just vanishing around him, but he couldn't see because he was just going ham with it.
Yeah, and even then, I don't think he's using this thing's full potential, because keep in mind, Gawain takes one of these. Like, everybody around her and it fucking dies, the gatehouse is evaporated, and she just kind of like, okay, I tickled a little. I'm not happy about that. Yes, that's a good way to put it, Robin. Bogart found out about fuck around and find out. We are currently in the find out stage.
Yeah. But we cut away from Bogart at this point, and we go down to the rear gate, which has been blocked off because Bogart doesn't want people fleeing. Because, as we have definitely learned, fairies are very selfish. If they have an opportunity to escape, they just fucking will. So Bogart's plan was to seal the back gates and keep them from leaving so they'd be forced to fight.
Also, I do believe there is a tactical point here that he brings up. It might be later. Basically, if he left the gate unsealed, there would be a stampede out of it, and that would immediately turn into a stampede into it. If unarmed civilian fairies opened the gate and fled without coordination, the Queen's Knights would just swoop in.
Yeah.
So, like, fairies are weird, y'all. Like we said, they're not... In general, I feel like the fairies are bad at self-preservation. Like, or I should say long-term self-preservation. Like, Bogart is one of the few guys we meet who actually thinks tactically, and of course he thinks tactically in a very self-serving, egotistical way, very self-centered way, but he thinks about shit long-term, except when he's high on, Black Barrel fumes. But, he's trying.
Black Barrel fumes.
The regular fairies are just like, what's that? I could, the die? Get me out of here. Or, alternatively, they're like, what's that? I could die? But all my stuff's here. That, like I said, self-preservation is not high on their list of things. I think it's because they're not actually alive, but we'll discuss that more as we keep going. Fairies are not, strictly speaking, mortal.
So,
check out the rear gate.
Yep, we check out the rear gate, Rab and Walker there, and they have a plan to get it open. But before that happens, Mash appears and declares herself the Tamlin Galahad, and funnily enough, her shield seems to agree with her. We do some battles here, and I actually found this interesting. In that battle, her name does actually change to Tamlin Galahad. I was like, oh.
Yeah, she takes that mantle and run with it. I put in my notes, the also thing to include is that she declares herself not just Tamlin Galahad, but also the Knight of Sheffield, both of which might as well be true. Also, I have to say, this is a me thing, but while we did get access to her proper NP again before, I'm not afraid to admit, I get a little emotional when Mash's original NP, like, with theme and all, plays in this context. Even though she's calling herself Tamlin Gawain now, our girl Mash hasn't been, like, right with herself in this way for a long time. And there's just something about, you know, her line is simple. It's just, that which heals all wounds and grudges, our glorious homeland. But, like, in this context, it cuts me deep. I you know, I've been playing since launch. I remember the build up to this the first time, right?
Yeah.
So, like, to have it come back in this moment is like, ooh. It all would be hidden different.
But
yeah,
after
leads into little stuff. Yeah.
And it says, Tamlin Lancelot, she lands to, you know, fuck up the rear there because she is fast and agile, and is so small. Oh, so small.
Yeah, this is our first and only time in Act 1 we actually meet her, which is wild if you think about it.
We get into a fight, and boy, eating 4 MPs back to back is rough.
Yeah, no, I like that you have to lose this one. That said, I think they had to make her fight her NP every turn because otherwise, I managed to stack so much damage cut in this fight that at one point, Tamlin Lancelot crit Habignan for 4 damage. Not 400 damage, not 4,000 damage, 4.
Yeah, no, like, there's some strong gains there. I'm just like, god damn.
OG Mash at like level 100, 10, 10, 10, because I'm pretty sure she's level 100 in this fight or something, or 90. So. She's strong. And story support, you know, Habitrat, that is a old school art stall team. Let me slap Jean in there. No, I'm never dying. Your motherfucking life ends 30 turns from now. But also, I want to bring up a fun thematic point. Once again, the girl with the shield must fight the light of the lake.
Oh.
It's happened a couple of times, and we're back here. It's a shame Mash has amnesia, because otherwise she'd probably be very upset about this. Would Mash think of Tamlin Lancelot as her little big sister?
Actually,
because, like, at the heart of it, she's not really Lancelot either. Because, like, meme-wise, we treat regular Lancelot as kind of like Mash's deadbeat dad. Food for thought, chat. Think about it.
Yep. But like I said, you have to face that. You have to lose that fight. And Mash's strength cannot hold up against Tamlin Lancelot, who seems to know what the Round Table and who Galahad is. Just, you know, soak that in. But we are saved by the wolf, who is now a familiar-looking blue-haired caster named Grimir the Sage. Mask uses
It's the boy!
Mask uses this chance to run back to the castle to save Boggart.
Yeah, so I put this in my notes in all caps. It's the boy, the Hound of Kulan. Also, hey, chat. Hope you like names. Every time a character has a weird name, I like to write a note. So, Grimir is one of Odin's by names. It comes from the same etymology as the word for mask in Old Norse.
Interesting.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, Grimir the Sage.
Runes, baby. Interesting enough, though, even though after Mash takes off, the two do talk a bit. Apparently they know each other. Lancelot calls Grimir a servant, and he responds with how they are both from outside Fairy Britain. So, you know, file that away and, you know, key information. But back to Mash, we get back to the castle, and it is fucking ruined with Beryl and Tamlin Tristan torturing Bogart in the throne room. Mash arrives and immediately understands that Farrell is a fuckboy and should be yeeted.
Yeah. So, a couple of notes here. First of all, one, music choice here is great. I actually had to go back and go in the tank and look this out there. I instantly recognized it as an LB4 piece because of, like, the fucking sitar.
Mm-hmm.
But I dug it up. This is called Deep Dark Power. It's from OST 4. I'm pretty sure this got reused in Heian-kyo a couple of times for Doman, but it was originally from LB4, and it might have been one of his themes there. But their use of that, like, the dark, sinister instrumentation for Beryl and Tamlin Tristan here really works. But yeah, no, I appreciate that, like, she immediately is like, you, fuck you.
I do believe...
Him, that guy, fuck him in particular.
Yeah. I do believe she does smack him with her shield, and he gets sent into a wall.
Yeah, I think from the way the sound effects were, I think the impression is that she just body checks him with her shield into a wall, holds him there, and probably would have crushed him if some stuff hadn't happened.
And that stuff is that they hold Bogart over the edge and basically use his life as a hostage for them to escape.
Oh, actually, I think Tamlin Tristan tries to bind up Mash first. That's why in my notes I have also in all caps, "You cannot contain my Kohai!" I think that's when she slamma-jams him. They try to, like, stop her up, and then she's just like, no.
I did not write that down, so I cannot remember. So,
Chad will double-check me.
Double-check.
This is one of those rare cases where I wish more of this was a little bit of an animated cutscene. Because we do get some better, like, VFX and stuff later. This one is all just sprites and sound effects and a little bit of, like, overlays, so it's hard to tell.
Mm-hmm. But
yes, Bogart is hostage.
But, you know, Beryl, plays fucking mind games and Beryl is just tossed over the edge, and Mash, as they predicted, jumps to save his life. All according to plan, so they could take the black barrel, except it's no longer there.
Where did it go?
Tamlin Tristan didn't see where it happened to it because she was so keen on watching him, a fact that Beryl isn't too keen on. But he's gonna let Madge go ahead and do what she wants to do, thinking it will hurt her more in the end. Also, apparently Morgan had given orders to leave her alone. Madge is able to catch and cushion Bogart's fall and keep him from dying immediately, and he requests to be taken to the back gate. Habitrot appears soon after, and apparently doesn't want Mash calling her a happy cat because it makes her too happy.
By the way, if it hasn't been clear, I'm fairly certain this was Habenyan in JP.
I'm pretty sure too. I remember hearing those jokes. I think happy cat is a pretty good translation.
Oh, it works because, like, obviously, like, tabby cat, happy cat, the puns work, and she still makes the meow sounds with her NP card. So yeah.
But during all of this, Mash has run out of strength and cannot carry Bogart. So instead, he picks her up like a good wood of brine, and they slowly make their way to the back gate.
In my first run of notes, I missed my chance to write down a "Don't lose your way" joke here for the first time, but now it's been a couple weeks, so I made sure to write it down later. But that does seem appropriate with this kind of conflict, and specifically, like, both obviously, like you said, they kind of, there's references to them making their way around, but also Beryl's comment about Mash that letting her go her own way will cause her more pain later in his estimation, but also it's just the only thing to do. Mash, don't lose your way.
Mm-hmm. They need to escape, but the fairies are now panicking. Lord Bogart takes command and gets them to flee, but with the gates open, it'll only be moments before the Queen's army catches up to them. Then somehow, the gates close behind them. This was actually, I think, a very good scene, talking about how Bogart is moving, calmly, confidently, acting every bit, the commander he's supposed to be. But in actuality, he is, like, 9/10 of the way just fucking gone already. Yeah. It's like, oh, God. He was always kind of an asshole, but, man, like, I loved, like, the characterization here.
Yeah, let's make no bones. Bogart is an asshole. He was planning on sexually assaulting my Kohai.
Yeah.
But he's like, for a fairy, he's a very human kind of asshole. Like,
Yeah.
everything he does is to serve the motivation that is like, no, I'm the lord of this castle. All these guys follow me. We're going to do this in like orderly. Of course, I have to consummate with my bride. And, you know, I have to have a bride too. It's like, we just do this, okay? It's all about appearances and ego to him. But that comes from a place of needing, right? Like, he is this way because he thinks he would be better suited to lead the Fang clan than another guy. And I'm going to be honest, from what I've seen of that other guy, I think Bogart was right.
Yeah, I think Bogart falls under the alas poor villain.
Yeah. You know, what? Just as he's starting to show character development, he unfortunately snuffs it for his crimes, and you go, oh, that's sad.
It is sad.
But he's got a little bit of juice left.
He got
There's
a little
some
bit.
other stuff happening.
It's juice. But like I said, we don't know how they're gonna, you know, stop the army, and the gates close behind them. And at this point, Mash realizes something, and, you know, half crying, reaches over Bogart and starts wildly waving to someone, thanking them for so many things. We have a small flashback back to Rob and Wag, who had stayed behind on the walls to help close the gates, specifically to help everyone here and to help Mash. They talk about a lot of the feelings that they have and all the things that they have done, and decide that at the end they didn't regret it, and in their last moments are happily waving to Mash in the distance, shouting all sorts of encouragement to her. I'm tearing up right now just thinking about it, as I put in my sub-bulleted, times Lucky has cried 1.
Yeah, I had talking about this, thinking back, I had to take a couple of deep breaths to make sure I keep my composure here. I need some 07s in chat.
Yeah.
Salute the boys. Salute Robin Wag. Oh. I think actually somebody in chat brought up that Beryl had killed. Beryl mentioned to Mash he had killed Winky. I'm pretty sure that's when she decided, I'm gonna crush this man.
Probably, yeah, because I think she asked what happened to him, and he just, you know, kind of...
He barrels at her, and then Mash just thinks, I'm gonna crush his skull.
I'm gonna crush
Mash, crush his skull.
Mm-hmm. Oh, God, but no, seriously, I was tearing up just a little bit just thinking about it. Oh. But after that, they take refuge in a cave that Bogart had set up as a safe house. Bogart realizes what he wanted all along before he breathes his last. He just wanted to go home and be with people who liked him. That's all he really wanted.
This is another theme, I think, that comes up. It's a little subtler than the others in this Lostbelt, but home is a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of these... Because this is the thing about fairies, right? Fairies have names, those are important, but fairies also have purposes. Fairies who completely lose their purpose turn into Moors. They get about as like self-destructively dead as you can get as a fairy, right? Fairies that complete their purposes do actually apparently just die. It was mentioned earlier, right? Talking about how this succession works. A fairy who completes his purpose will like go to sleep one day and basically pass away, and a new fairy will spring up in his place. So, home is a big deal. Some characters are looking for where they belong. Some characters are protecting where they think they belong. Some characters have no place where they belong. You know, it's kind of one of Castoria's big deals that her home village in Tintagel was destroyed. She has nowhere to go back to, right? So, Bogart kind of puts a capstone of that, of just realizing, like, yeah, it was all part of his plans to, like, show Morgan that he deserved to rule the Fang clan and maybe all of Britain, but also he just wanted a place to call his own, and he wanted to make it a cool place for people to be, you know?
Why he put so much effort into Sheffield, why he had a plan to go get Norwich back. All that good stuff. But after that, Mash gains her determination and decides to save Norwich, with the Sage and Habitar going with her. And thus,
The Knight of Sheffield.
The Knight of Sheffield, and decide to descend into the underground, into Fairy Britain's ley line system that will let them travel undetected.
The Knight of Sheffield sets out for Norwich. And we'll catch up with that one later.
Yep. Because now we move on to Section 8, Trachea River. Is it Trachea?
Yeah, I think it's Trachea. Or maybe Trachea? Oh, actually, let me double check. This is actually a Celtic thing.
Ah, shit! I brought a berserker to a foreigner fight. This is
Rip.
This is just like Fujiwara doesn't understand. Whatever, full send it. Tamamo save me.
Yeah, I can't find this one. It has to be Trachea, yeah.
Trachea? Alright. Well, so Oberon has zipped around Fairy Britain in 2 days and explains everything to the group. Da Vinci complains it was like she was treated to a slideshow of someone's vacation, which it kind of was. Peaceful, peaceful, dangerous, peaceful, gobsmacked. Oof on the phrasing of that last one.
Yeah. We get our little Oberon tour.
Mm-hmm. Oberon seems a little weirded out because apparently they might have run into a powerful ally in Sheffield, but no one is there anymore.
Yeah, it's interesting. He's distracted by Sheffield, almost like he thought maybe we'd find some cool friends there or something.
So we make plans to save Norwich, tease Artoria a bit, but lo and behold, that character that's been following us slides into the scene. It's Gareth!
And power slides into frame.
And they are adorable. Gareth joins the party! They don't know
Yeah,
who...
I mentioned this earlier. Specifically, we decided to go to Norwich because Castoria needs some chivos under her belt. Otherwise, the clan heads won't take her seriously, as we've seen.
Yes.
A child of prophecy who has accomplished nothing doesn't get, your fast pass to ring bells.
Gareth goes on to explain that they don't know who they are, but they know they want to be a knight for a good king and help people.
Yeah, almost immediately I feel safe to say that this has got to be, and it's basically confirmed later, but this is Lostbelt Gareth. Like, she has a unique skill set here, and she has some unique skill lines as we see later.
Yeah.
She seems kind of like dazed and confused. It's a little bit like servants we've seen summoned by the land. I'm pretty sure she says confirmation that she is a fairy leader, but it's I think a similar effect. This is obviously the Gareth of the Lostbelt 6, not actual regular Gareth.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, thank you for your super chat set.
Thank you very much. So we have a nothing fight, and Gareth has subtitles, as Omega already mentioned. This Gareth does have unique skills from usual Gareth. I didn't actually write down what they were, though.
It's like intuitive Gareth.
Mm-hmm.
Something about her will to fight, stuff like that. Because she doesn't have, normal Gareth's knightly attributes, like Batcon or anything like that.
Mm-hmm. Also, we have a surprisingly hard mini-boss fight again. Side note, because, these are the things that pop up to me, Okiku is actually a famous yokai ghost story, and was actually the inspiration for the modern Sadako of Ring fame. We've been going, I won't necessarily go into what the legend it is, but it's very famous for the ghost crawling out of the well, counting things, and, cursing people.
I do want to say, my note for this fight is, in all italics, for the first wave of the fight anyway, is, this is not a cat. Now, that last one's a cat. But before that, that's not a cat. Keep your eyes on our ratios of cats to not cats.
Yeah, but that's the reason why in that fight you see the Tomacat Shadow counting cans, and then before she gets to 10, something happens. But something that I did know is interesting, that you don't actually defeat her. They say, and morning comes, she gutses to one and just dashes off. I was like, But we continue traveling. We're having a leisurely good time to avoid attention and pass by Oxford. While it is a plot point, we can't handle it right now. We'll have to fight there eventually. We gotta go. We gotta go
learn
power
a little
level.
about Oxford.
A lot of
It's
restaurants.
full of restaurants. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's Woodwose' human thing that he likes to copy his cuisine. But we also very distinctly learn Woodwose is not like a Rory, and he is a firm hardliner for the Queen. So if we want to go to Oxford, we're gonna have to rumble there, like you said. Oberon is pretty straight up like, if you go there, we will fight.
Yeah, apparently the Fang clan had taken Oxford from the Wing clan, killing them all.
Yes, we get explicit confirmation that the Fang clan wiped out the Wing clan in an act of territorial aggression, and Murian may be the last Wing clan fairy in existence.
Mm-hmm. We do get a little bit of Woodrose, and learn a little bit about how he ticks. He's that boss. He reminds me of a child upset that he isn't getting new toys, so they break the ones they have. He descended. He went up my shit list very quickly.
Yeah, like I said, Woodwose is that boss. Like Morgan is not that boss. Her retainers regularly fail her in their quest to kill or capture us because duh. And Morgan is just like, okay, yes, interesting. Anyway, I have 5 other things to do today.
Morgan,
whereas Woodwose is like, if you told him, Woodwose, we failed to capture the foreign mage and the child of prophecy, he would be like, you what?
Kills you, kills the kid next to you, and then screams how everyone around him is incompetent and he can't find any good help. And I'm just like, Jesus.
Yeah. Yeah.
The man who shoots the messenger.
Yeah.
So, we spend another night, and guess what? It's another battle with a famous Japanese ghost, Oiwa. This one I don't know quite as well, so I will, skip on this one. Yeah. But I did have the feeling, it's like they have. At this point, we have 2 out of the 3 most famous Japanese ghost story. Are we gonna have to fight Otsuye next? I would like to remind everybody that I wrote this in the moment.
Yeah. We take a lot of these notes as they come.
Mm-hmm.
Now, by the way, for this fight, though, I was like, no, those are actually cats. There were actual cats in here. They may have had human heads, but they were cats.
Let's see here.
Also, I think at this point, I was like, mandatory NPC picks does wonders for my cost cap.
It is kind of wild.
We can fit so many 5-star CEs in this baby.
Just slap the hood.
Yeah.
While wondering about this, we go past Camelot and the Pit. It's a location where sinister things are thrown away. When a fairy usually loses their name, they usually just end up wandering in the western woods, but if it's something truly unwanted or in the way, it's tossed into the pit. That sounds like just a place full of bad juju, by the way.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's like, there's a reason why, like, humans would instinctively have that response about pits. We have myths and legends and, like, general vibes about, like, pit burials and dumping grounds and stuff. And just like, no, that's not good.
That's not good.
Also, yeah, you've also got a bullet point on this, but I caught this as well. The Great Pit is as deep as the Challenger Deep. It's, 10 kilometers?
Yeah, about 10 kilometers. That's 6 miles and some change.
Yeah, Challenger Deep, that's the deepest part of the Marianas Trench. That is the deepest place on the surface of the Earth. It's underwater, but you know what I mean, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's not covered by a mountain or anything. That's fucking deep. And Murwas got thrown in there. It's okay, he didn't hit the ground.
Didn't he say it still took him like 3 days to get out?
Yeah, he managed to catch himself on the wall, but he did have to go back around. How full is the pit? Not very full. It's 10 kilometers deep.
Wait, that means what's happening to the stuff that gets thrown in there?
It goes way down. Listen, we'll discuss Morgan's waste management problems later. I have questions about her infrastructure.
Da Vinci is surprised we know how deep the Mariana Trench is, and all I have is a vacant gaze as Spinal Coaster plays in the background. So during all this, we learned that the bells were items left after the first 6 fairies died to let each clan honor their roots. I am willing, like, the more I learn about things, the more I'm willing to bet that there's a lie here somewhere.
Yeah. You're only to the Londinium, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you're
You're
pretty close to seeing some stuff. There's some stuff.
I think I completed Londinium. I just haven't written notes on it. So I remember. So I saw some stuff there. I'm just like, wait a minute.
There's some follow up after that.
Okay.
Actually, let me scroll down to my notes. Is it actually? Okay, no. After Londinium is Norwich 2. Some stuff. Basically, to put this in context for Lucky and to let the chat know what I'm thinking about. So the fragments thing that's not going away. Now that Mash is away from us again, fragments will come back. So
okay.
Our non-linear storytelling will come back to us, and yeah, I'm pretty sure that some of this, like you said, there has to be some lie, some misremembering or something. Like just because fairies can live like 2,000 years or whatever, it doesn't mean that they do, and means that they've perfectly transmitted all information.
Well, it doesn't make fucking sense with these damn these bells. Like, if they're from like the first fairies, why are they in bell towers? We didn't get human towns until the New Queen era.
Yeah.
So
and maybe that they were put in those locations later?
Yeah, but then what were they doing before that? I'm just like
yeah, there's a reason why this Lostbelt has a timeline. There's a lot of layers here.
So like this is the point where I'm starting to go, wait a fucking minute.
Yeah.
We take a moment
to that will definitely continue. I mean, you already know one of the big, because that's when we have our tea party with Morgan.
Mm-hmm.
There's another big. Hold on a minute.
Yeah.
Hold the fuck on. Okay. Where was we?
I know we are. So I'm looking at this. I don't remember this. We take a moment to talk about who people in proper human history are and how we like it.
Oh, yeah, no. I think I remember this. Not this exact conversation, but this is a thing Castoria does frequently, where we just fill time and explain about how stuff is different.
True.
From here. And just, we talk a little about, like, what people are like, what their daily lives are like. And, Castoria is just like, neat. Anyway.
Anywho. So, while talking, we come up on a bridge that's super big and super out of commission. We can't use it.
This bridge is fucked.
This bridge is fucked. Even though we have, Super Servant Muramasa on our side, who probably could jump the thing in a single bound, others can't do that. And we can't cross it because it is the home of the... I already forgot how to pronounce this.
Yeah,
Drake? Drake.
Yeah.
I was going to say Draka. Drake, a type of night caller that floats whatever you want down the river and then pulls you down to drown when you grab it. Despite this fact, fairies seem to gather by the shore in order to get free goods.
Yeah, they're wish-granting fairies. They lure you in with false treasures and they drown your ass, like fairies do.
They do.
These may be the most normal-ass fairies I think we've seen on Lostbelt.
Mm-hmm.
What's that? You live in a body of water and you want to drown me? Okay. Must be Tuesday.
Yep. We try to posture that this will never work on us, but Gareth wants a life-size Artoria pillow. Red Rabbit wants
I wrote this in my notes as, Gareth, no! The merchandise!
Red Rabbit wants a 2-meter carrot. What Artoria want isn't actually mentioned. They try to get us with a single grail, but when that doesn't work, they do float us an entire crate of grails. Muramasa doesn't actually want anything, and Oberon merely gets a sign that says, sold out.
Oh, you forgot one. They get little Da Vinci with a crate full of dinosaur fossils.
Oh, shit. I did write that down, but I fucking...
Yeah, you forgot to mention that bullet point, yeah.
Yeah.
Which I put in my notes. I wrote that down as just foreshadowing. Because we're setting up for our upcoming summer. Also, Oberon gets sold out. I'm fairly certain that's the Drake telling him that they're sold out of Titanias.
Yeah. By the way, most of these were followed by splashing sounds.
Yes.
As we go into the river. We fight the Drake. slapping it pretty hard.
Yes, as I put in my notes, Super Orion denies the watery tot.
And afterwards, Grandpa uses Grandpa Punch. Everyone gets...
This is also after we actually get out of the river, where one of our more frequently screen-crapped lines is where he's like, "How did you idiots defeat 5 Lostbelts?" Grandpa, I ask myself that very frequently.
But as we fought the Drake at the bottom of the river, it seemed lost and confused, and has a couple forms we fight to forward the true of it. It fades away, still looking for something. It's baby. We realize something here, that no fairy here knows what a baby is. But then we almost drown in the river.
I know how baby is formed.
Yep. But then we almost drown in the river after the Fae domain is gone. We part from Red Rabbit here and plan on making camp on the other side of the river. Oberon assures us it will be fine. Our date of destiny is right on time. With little or no surprise, we are attacked by the third of the famous Japanese ghost, Otsuya. This fight was more of a pain than anything. I believe that...
I would like to reiterate, that is not a cat.
I think this one is based around the fact that in the original story, the ghost kept visiting every night. Because actually, this is a story about this is a Japanese ghost story about necrophilia. I think I can sum this up pretty much. Basically, a widow dude saw beautiful women on the first night of Alma and was like, "I love you, come lay with me." And she was like, "Aight." And they did that for several nights until his neighbor got suspicious, looked down on him, and saw that he was, boning a skeleton. At which point...
This seems to be a recurring theme with certain Japanese yokai stories. A guy sees a hot lady and is like, "You can come, yeah, you're fine, you can come into my house." And then a neighbor or a traveling priest or something comes by and is like, "This man is shriveled. He has died."
After that, he goes to a priest and is all like, "You must resist her advances or you're gonna fucking die." Short story, he did not resist her advances.
No, they're bad at that. They're really bad at that.
No. And ends up at her grave, coiled around, dead around her skeleton there. So it's just like, okay. So I'm pretty sure that was kind of the basis of the mechanics, because apparently that like went on for like quite a while. Like they would show up every night and leave before day.
Funnily enough, this is basically the same format as one of the more popular Jorogumo legends. It's just, like I said, instead of, dying to a skeleton, it's the guy, jumps into this giant spider well. Or is pulled.
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes he jumps.
Sometimes.
I thought of a terrible joke I will not bless chat with.
So... Yeah, no, we actually did hit all 3 of the big famous Japanese ghost stories, which I found entertaining, but also very weirdly placed. They're kind of nothing fights, but they had interesting mechanics. I'm just like, huh.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a time filler. I guess we'll see if it wraps back around. I do think part of the purpose, because Muramasa notes, like, after every fight almost, he's just like, Like, I wonder if it's supposed to be, like, relaying to us that maybe this Lostbelt's not as isolated as we think it is. But yeah.
Well, in a way, well, it's not, because they talk about the clanless and how, I think they have talked about the clanless and how people have floated in, and in the loosest sense, I guess you could consider like Japanese ghosts a type of fairy, like yokai. I mean, there's also like I forgot the proper term for the spirits. What was it, yosei? Seirei?
Yeah, yosei, bewitching spirit, usually translated as fairy.
Yeah.
I was just looking it up.
Yeah. And while they do have their distinctions, they are kind of blurred together. Like, there are like beneficial yokai and whatnot, and and other stuff. So, in the loosest sense, yeah, I could see like a Japanese ghost yokai being quote unquote qualifying for a fairy.
Yeah, like the word yosei, which literally means bewitching spirit, used to be actually refer to some sort of weird specific spirit type.
Mm-hmm.
Later, they basically used it as their like a reverse loan word. They were like, yes, fairy. We'll just that's how they translate the word fairy. This is again why we talked about how Yosei Kishi got translated.
Mm-hmm.
Fairy Knight is a decent translation, though not a literal one. It's a fairly direct, but not, again, literally, because otherwise they would be bewitching spirit warrior, chat. Don't let anybody say that it's literal. But yeah, no, Rob, no. Not even if you pay me $5 Canadian, I will not say what I thought of. Just understand it's part of a very certain brain run. Very people will get this was. I thought of a joke that very similar to what Mr. Joseph Rothschild, aka MBT, would make. And if chat knows, they know. I will just skip it. Yeah, so yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on here, and yeah, I kind of agree that yokai, certain kinds of them could definitely fit the fairy molds. So there's some back and forth.
There's some back and forth there. So, we snag and talk about Artoria's food tank and how she survived with Rose's purge is at actually, how do you pronounce this? How do you pronounce this, Omega?
Tintagel.
Tintagel. Ta
and ja. I know.
Tintagel.
Which is by the way, where I've mentioned this before, but this is where King Arthur is always traditionally been considered to be born at Tintagel Castle, which is an island off Cornwall. And fun fact, they have actually archaeologically found a castle or the ruins of like a fortified structure from the roughly Arthurian period in history. So, neato. No guarantee you will roll Castoria if you stand in Tintagel Island, but shrug.
I also do note this. We tease Artoria a lot.
She's really easily teased.
It's great. I love it.
There is a reason why she has both a wide correction of blush sprites, but also the tooth mouth tooth.
The rage. Well, comical rage, I should say.
Yes. She has her anime, comedy anger, and then she just has her flat, I'm pissed look.
Mm-hmm.
All of these get used a lot. Again, we talked about this a couple weeks ago, but like, Ayuka Osumi was not kidding when this is Nasu told her to basically start over with her characterization for this Artoria. She is truly like similar, but coming from a very different place, so almost all of her responses and lines are very different.
Did I mention this last time? I'm pretty sure I did, but it was like 2 weeks ago, so forgive me. But
yeah. It's in your notes from 2 weeks ago, but that's why I wanted to remind chat. Like, we brought this up before, but it's really true.
Yeah, no, this is this is ordinary girl Artoria, which is really weird to think about, but basically all of our Artorias from now is, after, the weight of responsibility has fallen upon her shoulders and she has accepted it.
Even Lily has pulled the sword of selection.
Yes.
She's still inexperienced, but she understands I'm gonna be king someday.
We talk a little bit. Woodrose comes up and mentions how, he likes to act human and be all with manners, but we already know that's a fucking lie.
He is an animal man. Literally.
But we move on to some...
Yeah. Well, I was going to say, it is mentioned that he was for the purge of Tintagel.
Yes. Da Vinci has a one-on-one with us and, talks about this because one of the things that Gens mentions about the Drake is they don't always drown you to their death. Sometimes they just, want to mate for a while. Because they don't want lovers, but they want babies. And if the Drake can't have children here, and even if they are imitating human society, that no Fae knows what babies are. That which means that humans actually have no natural means of reproduction here. That factory term just got a lot more real.
Yeah. Clearly whatever's going on with even the human production here, it is no longer in any way natural. I do still get the impression that, like, the people understand what fucking is, the Lostbelt is not explicit because this game's still rated T for teen, but like there is, discussions of romance. Obviously, Bogart was going to consummate his marriage with Mash, but yeah, they don't actually understand why people would be doing that, right?
I guess it's just another imitation of human society.
That I can at least understand. Humans do be horny.
Yeah. So, God, I really am mad that this was like 2 weeks ago and I don't remember this better. Oberon does seem to be working with a script. The prophecy, as it seems, says that Norwich's bell will be the first to be rung and that Norwich will be destroyed.
This is a case where I think I can pull out some future spoilers. In Act 2, we bring this back up to Oberon, and we discover that he has extra prophecy lines. Oberon is working with extra detail and seems to understand that Norwich is doomed. We will arrive to Norwich, we will defeat the Calamity, but Norwich should be wiped out. In my notes I put, this is the tricky thing about prophecy. That they have very strict strictures for things, and they must be done in certain orders. So Oberon is like, oh, don't worry about it. You guys will just show up in the right time, in the right place. And he just doesn't want to burden us with the idea that we might still not save this city.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna save this city.
Yeah, we'd be doing that.
And with that, the section goes to an end, and we move on to the next one. Section 9, Norwich 1.
Yes, glorious Norwich, a city of industry.
Let's see here. I think this will probably be the last one for... Because it's like saying, we're already, pushing 3 hours now?
Yeah.
And like I said...
It's going to be... This is the last drop of Act 1.
Mm-hmm.
So, there's a lot here.
There's a lot.
And it is already almost daily reset. But we'll get in there. I took a fairly decent amount of notes for me, considering I'm writing very expurgated. Though technically, I think for Act 2, my notes have started getting longer. But yeah, so Lucky, of course, has a lot more detail. So, Norwich, y'all.
So, I think this was like the first time I actually zoomed in on Norwich, and I love the map effects. You can actually see the black smoke swirling around Norwich on the map. I was like, oh, nice.
Yeah, they do a lot of stuff with, like, the mist and fog and other, like, effects.
We started off just listening to some random street chatter. One thing that popped out is that there was an ocean liner named Inabamaru, and I was like, what? I guess it's not that weird, because apparently things float in, but just, what? It's very random.
Yeah, the weird cultural cross-contamination is weird.
Actually, let me put that into...
Yeah, I was just thinking of Googling that.
Wait, it's an actual ship.
Yeah, I assumed it was named after something.
The Nippon Yusa Kaishi SS Nabamaru. It looks like it was a...
It's a famous ship. It's got a fucking... There's a print of it in the Museum of Fine Arts in Boston, just found.
Yeah. Interesting. I'll maybe look into that more later, but not right now. Yeah, so apparently that is something that already existed. So we learned that for about 1900 years there were no iron weapons as the Queen forbade their production. Spriggan was able to convince Morgan to relent on the restriction. I believe this is talking about how they can be used to combat Moors and whatnot. So
I do find this interesting, by the way. I think this came up earlier, but it comes up again here. But fairies are not allergic to cold iron, period, in this setting. They are harmed conceptually by iron weapons. So a sword of iron really fucking hurts for a fairy, but they can, like, use a ball-peen hammer if they need to.
Mm-hmm. So with that, Spriggan basically turned this port city into, a city of iron. And while Salisbury has freedom from human, in Norwich, all are equal under the laws of artistry. This has led to Fae exploiting humans and humans exploiting the Fae. Norwich has
Yeah.
become the city of smithing and loose morals.
Yeah. Like, you thought Gloucester was where we invented capitalism? Nay, 'twas Norwich. And just like our current late-stage capitalism, they might get yeeted by climate change. I don't actually know if Nasi was thinking about that when he wrote that, but it is funny that Norwich is the most, like, earthly business city and is the first one that is possibly going to be fucking yeeted.
Mm-hmm. So, it's time to split up again, gang, and this time it's our turn to take Da Vinci on a date. Da Vinci Onechan.
My little big sister.
So we look for information in the city on the Calamity and MASH, and we don't get a lot, but I do want to say the barber had some creepy shit to say.
I'm trying to remember what was the barber saying. I remember there's some disturbing stuff in this conversation, though. You want to, like, cut our hair weird?
No. I kind of remember it. They're talking about how they can't leave, and they don't want to talk about it. And because they lost host, and their wife gouges out her eyes every morning.
Yeah, that guy. Ugh.
And they heal.
Calamity.
Yes.
Ugh. Ugh. People are weird.
People are weird.
Da Vinci, this town is weird.
When we reconvene,
We do learn some stuff. We do learn
some stuff, but once we return, once again, our Arturia teasing is in full swing. But there's a bit of a commotion. It's the arrival of the Tamlin Galahad. Many are shaken. Not so much as us. But unfortunately, Gareth threatens to shank us.
Yeah. Gareth's a very loyal little dog knight. She threatened to shank me if I went over to the other Child of Prophecy side.
Yep, because that's what people think of MASH as.
Yeah, and this is technically this was the note I wrote first, but this is immediately where I realized, and you explain in detail a little bit later, but actually no, maybe not yet. We got some other stuff, but yeah, you say he's trying to set something up, yeah, so we will discuss it off and on, but I immediately picked up to what's going on here, and like, Spriggan's a wily old trickster, ain't he?
Yeah.
He's a wiggly one.
Yep. Unfortunately, MASH hasn't recovered from the Nameless Woods and doesn't remember us, even though she starts crying. Spriggan is clearly trying to set something up. He basically whisks Mask away up to his castle where she will be, showed most hospitality and gracious. And in my head, I'm just thinking, he's trying to get a fucking playing card. But
and he's obviously not as forward-facing friendly like, say, Aurora. And he's not as much of a clear motherfucker as what we've seen of, like, Woodwoes. Basically, he strikes me as kind of the same character archetype as Murian. Like, he knows what to play to public face and what to do behind closed doors, as you're about to discuss. Like, when we rush the stage as a lord of a fairy clan, he probably would have been within his rights as far as the other fairies and humans are concerned to try and shank us right there. But he understands Mash would probably not go along with that.
No.
So he doesn't do that.
Instead, he whisks Mask away, he says some choice words to the guards, and after we get away, guess what? It is time to fight the authority.
Yeah, he tries to get us fucking beat up by cops in a dark alley.
There are too many of them, though, and unfortunately it looks like they're gonna get reinforcements, but alas, it is not. It is a group of MPs under the Count's authority. And the guards have to back off before causing an incident. We do not know who this mysterious Count is, but they want to meet us! And actually, now that I think about it, wasn't it someone named the Count taking over businesses?
Yep, the Count took over Knockers, which was Spriggan's business line, I think.
Yeah.
Bought out the store in Gloucester. Very successful.
And so we go to meet this mysterious Count, and it's fucking Pepe! Let's fucking go!
You thought it was a Count. Kono Pepe da! It was I, Pepe. I've missed you so much, my boy.
Oh man, just seeing the Pepe face, he's just like, it's me! And you're just like, yes! I love that face so much.
God. I'm just imagining the master just being like, oh my god, Pepe, you won't believe this place. There's some fairies and they were really strong, and then I lost my memory, and then I lost Mash, and then I found Mash, but she still lost her memory.
Yep. Yeah, apparently he's come into, wealth and power and, built up a brain to take out knockers in only a month. Unfortunately, the venture spills Pepe's things and explains why he's here. To kill Barrel.
Yeah, of course. It's simple. We kill the barrel good.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that capitalism was one of Pepe's hidden Buddhist superpowers.
Well, it makes sense. He is a human from proper human history with a bunch of, proper human history knowledge. He just basically did the isekai trope of, like, I know modern shit, and applied it.
Well, and also, we do at least know, out of a lot of the cryptors, Pepe was definitely the one who is actually, like, conscious of, like, fashion trends and stuff, right? He actually keeps up with culture, I think.
Yeah.
And so, it was easy for him to, like, work that into to make ideas for it.
I do want to say, like, Pepe is very insistent that we're enemies, but, like, almost at no point have I ever felt like he was an enemy, capital E enemy. But it still sounds wild to see all these former enemies come to our aid here.
Yeah.
So, Pepe gives us the lowdown, and we figure out that Spriggan is a land shark. He has made all the people pay rent on the land, and then, before the calamity came, sold it all. Now he's waiting for the calamity to kill them all, so he can claim the land again. Spriggan has used the prophecy to his advantage. This also kind of explains why people are so disinclined to leave. Their land and purpose are here, and they don't want to give that up.
Yeah, I wrote in my notes here. I don't actually know if this is like Nasu was being topical because this was technically being written in the lead up to like the pandemic and stuff, but it's very funny how much like Spriggan does fit a lot of themes that are kind of on people's minds these days, right? Like he's misusing police authority. I put in my notes here, Spriggan's the worst kind of fairy, a landlord. And then I also put in my notes, duh, he's the Lord of the Earth Clan. Duh.
Dude.
Land, he's Lord of the Land. But yeah, no, it's very interesting because, like, Spriggan really do be that guy. Like, he's not enough of a problem that we just immediately, like, fuck that guy, bang.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's not like Woodwose, right? Like, we hear, if we were to meet Woodwose, he would immediately try to punch us. We would have to punch him. Mm-hmm. That is also assuming that if Castoria saw Woodwose face-to-face, she wouldn't just go all Kill Bill siren on him. I'm not certain she wouldn't. That girl's got a temper. But, like, Spriggan is just, like, he's so normally a bad guy. Like, such a normal bad man. If all this supernatural shit wasn't happening, we would be so, like, on top of his ass for all this shit. Fucking sending cops after us, cheating people out of their land. What a sucker. What a fuckboy.
So, what Spriggan has basically done is pulled the asshole move and has trapped Mash in his castle so she won't learn the truth about the area. And unfortunately for us, it's super heavily guarded, so we won't be able to meet up with Mash at all. I believe they call it the Vault Castle.
Yes. Not that we're not, again, you know, we're the master. We have a one-track mind. I'm pretty sure Pepe has to talk us out of just being like, oh, she's at his castle? Cool, that's where I'm going. He's like, no, don't do that. That would be dumb. And I'm like, I'm still thinking.
But, I don't remember if we, like, do we crash for the night here? I don't remember.
Yeah, we basically, we were traveling through most of the day. We have we have our info gathering trip, and then we spend the rest of the day basically talking to Pepe, and then we pass out for a night, and we begin this next segment on our next morning.
Yep, with the Pepperon Golem. Much like back in Babylonia, where Gil just got us some fucking hands to fight for goods. We just get to slap some of Pepe's golems around and just get loot. This was Pepe's way of blowing away some of our worries of loot and combat. And we take a moment to learn about Pepe, or rather, Myorenji Aru. They come from a long line of Shogendo practitioners of Tingudo, the way of the Tengu. Pepe was talented, but their family expelled them, so Pepe killed them all and left. Da Vinci asks why they did that, and Pepe responds with, I thought it was for the best. Apparently, the sound founder of the sect was able to form a connection to Sanat Komura on Mount Karuma, which I believe means he gained eternal youth or became a superhuman. I'm not entirely sure. I do wonder how Helena, Ushi, and Kichihogan would feel about this.
Yeah, sadly, Pepe is not summonable, so we can't get any overlap here. But yeah, there's definitely some interesting kind of back and forth about that. But at the very least, I assume that means he would have unlocked all, I think it's 6 of the higher powers in Buddhism.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I assume that means that if he made contact with Sana Kurama, he would have gained all of the powers. So yeah, I think superhuman would be the appropriate one.
Yeah, like I said, I tried understanding what Sanakurama is. It's a little vague.
Yeah, and it's been slightly repurposed. Like you brought up about Helena. That's because her philosophy or her almost religion of theosophy kind of like took a lot of these Eastern religion concepts and kind of applied them to a weird syncretic mishmash of Western occultism. Mm-hmm. But yeah, there'd be some very interesting stuff in there.
So Pepe was a direct descendant of the founders, so he had no problems, but other children were kidnapped, and if they couldn't make it, were basically tossed out with their destiny twisted to basically fall into hell. And Pepe decided to kill them because they were his family.
Basically, Pepe comes from a clan of mages. They suck.
They do.
They're mages. They suck.
Pretty much.
As far as I can tell, this, I mean, it's probably based on some appropriate legends of, like, Yamabushi and mountain sages who, like, study so long they become Tengu. But the specific phrase Tengu, though, I've never seen before. Shugendo is an actual, like, form of aesthetic Buddhism that is practiced in Japan and involves, I mentioned before, Yamabushi mountain men, basically. So, yeah. It's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
You just know Nasu's just, digging up all his esoteric Buddhism facts.
Sorry, I'm doing a dance. Finally made Bond 12
hey,
Tamamo.
Yeah, Bond 11, nice. No, 12, right.
Yeah.
I can see it now, sorry. Yeah. Hey, free summon.
Free summon. Oh, so I gotta go, throw another flame on Tamamo here real quick. But let's see here. So Pepe has missed 3 of the Rokujinsu. Yes, it's 6 because of Roku. Rokujinsu by the time he was 10. Apparently the norm was 1 in 100 years. He tells us that his 3 powers were Jinsokutsu, superhuman speed, Taijutsu, mind reading, and Ronjutsu, knowing how long your lifespan will be and what your fate will be.
Yeah, I made sure to clarify this, but you got it as full. I basically put a note down. He has 3 of the 6 powers. He has the ability to become speed. He can read minds, and specifically they call that knowing your own lifespan and fate, but a better way to put that is understanding your own dharma, right? Like your own place in the cosmic world.
I need QP. 14 million, huh?
Have you already burned through your present?
Yeah, no, I spent that all on getting Orion from 10-10-10. I mean 666 to 10-10-10.
Makes sense, yes.
God, just 9 and 10 would be hecking 105 million. Because that's 45 plus 60? Yeah. Yeah, so let me... Before I get more Tama Bond. Let's actually do some... Oh, it's... Archer Caster Day. Was there anyone I was planning on doing? I don't remember. But, after a huge meal, we finally get something that I really needed to know. Clarification. We think it's been 16 days since we arrived, but actually, it's been 26. We spent 10 days unconscious.
Yeah, this is a big one. I think we were discussing this a couple weeks ago before we got to this point. I was like, are we missing some time? Is some time missing? Yeah, we missed some time. This is important. We're on a schedule.
Yeah. But before turning in, Oberon worries about us and asks, does MASH have a role greater than, being the savior of a world? And my immediate response was, yes. Being the servant of the last master of human, my approaches Kohai and bearer of the shield that gathers heroes. We've already borne the weight of the world many times over. That's literally old hat now.
Also, to put a point in this, MASH already saved the world. She, traded her life for mine and ate Ars Salmonus with the literal light of 1,000 suns or some shit. Basically everything from this point is that girl's earned retirement. I know she's only 16, but she gets to retire now. Okay. You don't always get to come straight back from your heroic sacrifice, y'all.
No, so I was just
an X-Man.
I guess. But
yeah, no.
Oberon,
she deserves it.
But Oberon basically tells us that at some point we just need to trust Mash and believe that she can take care of herself and all that stuff. Also, at this point, I think this was the point where I started to notice that Oberon's sprite has a variety of instincts that just hang out on his finger. It might have shown up earlier, but I think this is the first point I actually noticed it.
Oh, I should point this out. Axe asking why I voted to get superpowers in this Lostbelt. It's because he didn't come. He did not want to go to a place with Morgan.
Wait, who didn't get?
Foe. He was asking why didn't Foe get really powerful here? Foe honestly actually wouldn't necessarily get really powerful. I don't know if there's a lot of comparison going on here. Not a lot of people seem to be resenting and resenting not. But also, Foe literally refused to come with us to this Lostbelt, probably because of Morgan.
I don't know if it's because of Morgan, but honestly, I think
maybe Foe just hates fairies not that much.
I think it's the whole thing. Yeah, it's Morgan, but also it's this weird ass Britain. It's this weird ass fucking thing.
Technically, Merlin is here in some form because he talked to us in a dream.
Yeah.
Somebody else in a dream.
Or talked to someone in a dream. Also, there's something really weird here. This is a slight spoiler, but I did go to Camelot, and there's something very interesting written on the gates that usually is written somewhere else. I'm just wait a minute.
Also, yes, no. Cath Pulag is a Welsh myth.
Yes.
It means Cath Pulag means Pulag's cat. And is a fearsome creature. So yeah, there's definitely Foe has a reason why he don't want to be red. I mean either nobody would notice Foe at all, or he would start getting juiced. He'd start juicing. Alternatively, he would have to punch everyone. But yeah, no. Oberon does a good job of having these little chats with us. And yeah, I don't think I noticed it until I read that note you wrote. But yeah, no, Oberon does have different sprites with different bugs. I don't know if they mean anything yet, but he will have different little buggos for different moods and needs.
Mm-hmm. So,
also, yes, sorry, somebody in chat said Foe is a cat. Yes, the name Cath Pulag, Cath is the same as Kate G or Kate Sith. It means cat in Welsh. Foe is obviously not literally a cat, but he is called a cat in myths.
So, moving on, the day comes over, the calamity has begun, and we didn't even get to eat breakfast.
You never get to eat breakfast.
But after hearing those gooey, crunchy sounds from the moors, though, I'm not sure I could eat.
In my notes, in all caps, I wrote this as, "It's dark and gooey again. Let me off Mr. Nasu's wild ride." He did not get off Mr. Nasu's wild ride.
Nope.
I'm not lying, though. This is... I know Fate and even FGO itself, but Fate in general has a long history of being dark and gooey. We went back. We're going back to our roots, and I'm still not happy. I'm never happy when it gets dark. Just those scorched sounds.
So we gotta help. Gareth is a little bit scared though. So Oberon gives us a pep talk, complete with uplifting music. But after that, we go back to the oh shit, what's this OST shift? It's very dark and expectant, like something is about to happen, but it's not good.
Yeah, this is what I was referring earlier. You wrote this note. There's something about this second map theme, right? It's a little melancholic, a little warning. It's building tension.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the exact same format, but it's similar to the way that, say, the second LB2 theme That's the Ragnarok one with the, like, you know, Gregorian chanting type stuff. That always sticks to me because it's just like, oh no. As I put in my notes, shit, they hit me with the OST shift again.
Mm-hmm. So, a lot of stuff happens. We are battling Moors, trying to get people to evacuate and escape. But there's too many Moors, though. And Muramasa is about to take the hit and head off on his own to deal with it. But Mash leaps from the castle wall to take care of them. Spriggan cannot keep our Kohai from deploying.
Mash was never one to run away, especially not now as Tam Galahad.
We keep on fighting, though, and Muramasa, you looking kind of out of focus there. Oh, it's because I've been burning my life force into magical energy. Blanket reminder, we're actually a very shit mage. We only can do that because we have Mystic Code support. Also, apparently we have vitality boosters. It must be like a Jinlin Strance on Magic Crack.
Just get raw life energy infused up in there.
Mm-hmm. Oh, there is something stag-like and max creepy out over the harbor. Oh, we ferry Eldritch now. It's too big, it's too strong, and we gotta flee. It immediately makes me think of the Horgon from Old Myth, except dark and creepy.
Yeah, this thing's name is censored later, so there's something going on here.
There's something
but
going on.
In my notes, this was written down in 2 phases. 1, because I like themes and rhyming, and Doom came to Norwich, as it so often does. But also, discussing this thing's design, I wrote, "Welcome to the Stag Fields, motherfucker! You thought it was all Tinkerbell up in here? This shit is Eldritch!" Because it's gooey and goopy. And he's got big horns, and it's just, I mean, on the one hand, I'm excited because I'm like, yeah, that's right, fairies are freaky, but also I'm like,
fairies are freaky!
No. Let me out.
So we rewind a little bit and hear about what Mash decided from the narrator. She jumps from the castle walls, even though Spriggan tried to keep her trapped there. As we mentioned, whatever that thing's name was has been hidden. Oh, it's a creepy hand tree now. Burn it!
Yeah. Oh, you missed your own bullet point here.
Oh, shit.
Because we have a moment where Artoria is like, okay, I gotta run away. I'm just gonna do what I do when I run away. And she turns to us, and this is when somebody earlier made that joke. We go full Leroy Jenkins. We're just like, it's not chicken, it's Kohai, but we're like, fuck it. We ball.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I did skip it, but Artoria has thoughts, many thoughts, too many thoughts. But she sees Mash fighting towards that calamity. We follow her, throwing caution to the wind. We look at the logic and we scream, so what? Oh god, I love this moment. Then there was Mash from the narrator, then the creepy hand. And we meet up once again with Mash, and it is time to defy prophecy. Times Lucky has cried, too.
This did not get me in a tearful mood. I was just way at the top of my game. Like, literally, my next note here is, Grand Battle, let's go! This is what I've been waiting for! Like, this is a big moment of turnaround where we're just like, you know what? Fuck fate. Fuck you, giant hand man. Giant hand man. This, by the way, is why I called this guy gloom hands looking motherfucker. He really does look like that, which is funny because this story and sprite is 2 years old.
Yeah.
But it do be like that. Also, hey, fun fact: when you go into this actual battle here, your lineup of all those 3 support servants, they all have NP themes, by the way. Mash plays Lord Camelot. Da Vinci has her own theme, and Muramasa obviously is still using Unalloyed Bladeworks. Not really relevant, just kind of a neat detail.
Mm-hmm. I have a question here, because I thought I saw something. Could you fill your backline with servants in that fight? I forgot.
Yes.
Okay.
You could have. I don't think you needed to.
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
And I was about to say, wait a minute, could I have had more servants in that fight? And I was like, and it's just like, I could have. But no, I just did it with the 3 supports. But I did have to use, I had to use a Leyline Stone Only because the Calamity decided to double crit 2 turns in a row. I couldn't take that much damage. Otherwise,
yeah, I didn't super need them, but you got double crit. Yeah, that's rough.
Yeah.
You saying that you didn't add anybody to your back row explains to me why you had to use a stone. Because my notes were, one, yeah, I know we could use other servants, because in my notes I said, oh, Light of the World's End, give me a bonus! That's because Double X got the kill, technically.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah, no. You don't really need this. Like, if you use some proper Mystic codes and skill usage and you're more disciplined about it, you could probably do it with just the 3 support.
I mean, I did. I remember this. I got down to 30k on the last pip when I got
How fast did you go through those first 2 bars?
Pretty quick.
Do you remember? Yeah, because I was about to say, like, honestly, if it weren't for the fact that I think he has some defensive buffs and stuff on his 3rd bar, I probably would have 3-turned this guy. Because those first 2 bars were immediately gone, 1 and then 1, with just some NP uses. And I just put this in my notes, like, this Calamity's a chump. I have eaten, like, 5 Apocalypse monsters stronger than him.
Yeah.
Getting rando crit, I understand, and this is the start of a lot of the curse bullshit they're going to keep doing to us in a boss form, but, like, it is very interesting. This definitely does kind of feel like they didn't actually plan this to be the break. Like, this is a climax, but I don't know if this fight is actually tough enough to be a section ender normally. But they needed to do something with all this printer paper and all these banners.
Well, like I said, we had the climactic meetup with MASH, and this was supposed to be, you know, a prophecy, like a prophesized doom, so... Yeah.
And this Axe is asking, like, is this enough text for, like, a couple of Lostbelts? No, not yet. We're still only on Section 10. Even with these being dense, we're maybe, like, at a shortish Lostbelt worth of text, maybe. Like one of our shorter story chapters. This one is the longest one in Act 1, though. I think this thing's, like, 9 pips.
Mm-hmm.
It's long. Because there's still some, after the battle, there's some fucking, no battle pips.
So, we slapped that Calamity. We win. Everyone finally gets to meet up. Bam, instant friendship between Mash and Artori. And I'm like, yes.
I put in my notes, my Kohai is learning because Da Vinci tries to prank her and she's just like, wait a second. You're fucking with me, aren't you, Da Vinci? Good girl, Mash.
But wait. It's not over. Oh, what is that ring of light? That's not good. Is that the water mirror?
Yeah, I just put in my notes this phrase, I do not like this ring of light. I don't know if it's a deliberate, but it reminds me of some other rings of light that I have seen that I do not enjoy.
I don't know. Like, the thing that really stuck out with me was just the water sound and how it looked all like water reflective on top. That's why I'm assuming it's the water mirror.
Yeah. And, well, it's somebody in a second will tell us it's the water mirror.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. By the way, this effect, though, talking about special effects, this was sick. Like, they do this, like, build-up, and like you said, there's that water effect, and there's kind of like a drop, like the sky becomes water, and it all crashes down, and then we're just like, what?
Yep. And it comes down towards us, but Mash pushes us out of the way and disappears. Man, it was a wild scene, and it's quickly explained that was the water mirror, and it's a teleportation spell. Wait, who is that talking? It's Happy Cat, Mash's manager, huh? Not Fairy Godmother? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I put in my notes here, Hawachart refused to say she's Mash's Fairy Godmother. I know your role.
She's going to join the team until Mash and us are reunited. Does she ship us? I think she does.
Yeah, it seems so. But yeah, she clarifies that basically she straight up tells us, don't worry, Mash isn't dead. She just got teleported because that's what Morgan's water mirror does. She just takes the calamities and shoves them somewhere else.
That's not good.
This is where I start to question Morgan's management a little bit. Like, she seemed pretty on the ball, but this is definitely where I go like, hold on a second. Is that really the most productive thing you could do about this? You're just gonna move them somewhere?
I mean...
This comes back later, chat. I don't have to wonder about this for too much, but... This is definitely, I think, kind of like where you go a question mark of like, she goes, what's going on with this? Where are they going? What are they doing?
we find out, so after that, post-calamity, Norwich is going wild. We are winning just a little bit too much. But we have to keep moving forward. We are going to use this chance to ring the bell of pilgrimage in Norwich. Something that Spriggan is all for letting us ring the bell, but Arturia can't do it. She feels too weak and as if she didn't accomplish anything. Spriggan goes, heh, and mentions the Saxons, though. We cut to Da Vinci giving a look, which lets you know something weird was said. The Saxon invasion was definitely proper human history facing, so how does Spriggan know of it? Maybe Morgan told him? Beryl told him? I don't know, but...
Yeah, I don't know.
Something is weird.
But yeah, I do want to point out earlier in my notes, I put this down as the fairies have discovered revolution, because that's kind of what's going on in the streets of Norwich.
Mm-hmm.
They're just like, what's this Spriggan man? You stand in our way? Well, we'll flip you over. And Spriggan, of course, does what every Weasley guy does, and he's like, ah, yes, I was on your side the entire time. Definitely was on your side. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
Oh, you don't want to do that? Cool, I support that too.
But,
done if you rang the bell.
Oh, hey, Morgan finally got us that invitation to her tea party. She sent quite the spicy letter.
We have both of us have this just straight up in our notes. Hi, she forgot to invite her to her tea party.
Yeah, if I remember correct, I think Morgan said it's all like, whether you actually did something or not, you should be rewarded. So come on over. And Arturia's just like,
come on down.
But basically, with this situation, each side now has to prove their own justice. Now, politically speaking, neither can make an open move without setting some groundwork first. Which, by the way, that means Spriggan's move to let us ring the fucking bell was a fucking trap.
Yeah. If we'd rung the bell, we would have, especially because of the note you're about to bring up, Tamlin Gawain was going to come pick us up. If we'd rung the bell, we would have immediately been made enemies and probably would have been incinerated, along with large chunks of Norwich.
Mm-hmm.
Also, at some point in here, I have this note. Oberon does tell us that the letter of the prophecy said Norwich would be destroyed.
Mm-hmm.
He elaborates on it much later, but I just, want to say in my notes, I make my own fate, bitch. Also, it's fair. We are a literal outside source. We have, nothing going on there. But yeah, so
we're going to be escorted to Camelot by Tamlin Gawain, and that means it's an excellent time to learn about the Doggo Knight.
Spoilers, we will. Not this episode, though. We'll talk about that later.
Yeah. Meanwhile, at the den of actual evil, Beryl pretends to be a fuckboy.
Yeah.
Listen, I don't got anything much more to say about that, man. Fuck him.
I do have a couple notes about this conversation, though. I think there's a couple of very interesting things here that people want to note for later.
Okay.
One, very interesting, from this conversation with Tamlin Tristan, Habetrot seems to understand how the water mirror works better than Tamlin Tristan, despite the fact that that's Morgan's adopted daughter and who's supposed to inherit her magecraft. Tristan doesn't really... She thinks that MASH may have been, destroyed,
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't understand it's a teleportation spell straight up, whereas Habetrot is very explicitly like, yeah, it's the water mirror, don't worry about it. Beryl also, I think, is smart here, where he goes, no body, no death. And I'll be sure to remember that for your corpse, Home Slice. No body, not dead. But yeah, the main thing I think there is that this means that there's stuff that even Tamlin Tristan doesn't know. And also, Habetrot knows things. What things? Many things.
Well, Habetrot does seem, I guess, unusually attached to MASH. For some odd reason.
Yeah.
Like, she took, one look at the girl and was all like, oh, forever.
She's like, got that one. That's it.
Mine.
Also, I can, because we're talking about part 1 stuff. I'm not 100% sure when this will come back, but I'm barely certain Habetrot is the one who secured the Black Barrel. Because she drifts down after MASH and Bogart jump.
It makes sense.
And she's deliberately out of scene, so we'll see if that one slaps back around.
Makes sense. I can believe that.
But yeah, there's and when we actually start getting to Act 2, Habenan continues to be an interesting source of exposition. And there's a lot of interesting stuff going on there. But yeah, we're almost at 4 hours. It's almost midnight. I know Lucky did want to try and do some stuff, so I don't know if you're going to catch up with the boys. I need to edit this audio and, get some snacks or something before I die. But I think that is a good point to wrap up, and we'll have to figure out where our point is later in Act 2 as we go on.
Yeah.
Lucky is writing notes up to section 12. I have notes all the way up to where I left off was at the start of section 14. So there's a lot of stuff. Even in this little chunk of Lostbelt, there is... Hold on. How long are my notes? Let's see. Section starts at page... What is it? 31? We haven't deleted any of our old notes yet, so...
I think actually once I get done with this, I'm going to just like make a copy of this and save this for posterity.
Yeah. We can even post it like on Patreon or something. Or our YouTube area. Just be like, hey, look at this shit. To 34. So I have 3 pages of notes just in like section 11 to the start of 14. This is also why I said that I think my notes are getting more expansive. Like, it's big. There's a lot of stuff going on here.
Yeah, I'm at 3 pages myself, just total.
Yeah, no. And you're taking the expanded notes, too. So, like, there's a lot here. There's a lot of text here. It's very big and dense. And there's a lot of... there's old characters we get into, and there's also new characters introduced. So I'll be very eager to talk about Act 2 next week. We will probably continue to be stramming until such time as we're caught up, just because it's almost midnight and we've been going for 4 hours, and then I would have to edit this and turn it into a video, and God knows when the fuck that would happen. But yeah, it's probably a good time to outro. We do have one more show this month, so next week will be whatchamacallit, Fanservice Friday.
Yeah.
Is going to be for that. Oh, yep, nope. I think this was next time, but I don't know if I got into it. But Grendel Berserker did fully win.
Nice.
55%. So we'll talk about Grendels, Grendies, Grendy Tendies. And also, let me double check my thumbnails for something. I think technically I saved this one at... Yeah. I saved this new thumbnail as 298, because the last one was also one kind of a repeat thumbnail. And that episode turned into not a full episode. It got weird. So, we're coming up on episode 300.
Wow.
Yeah. That will not be next week by my current counting of thumbnails. But yeah, no, we've been doing this a while. Makes sense, because, we're coming up on an anniversary. But yeah, episode 300 soon. Stay tuned. I will answer your specific questions about the other stuff later. Listen, I'm sweaty and I'm tired, chat. We've been doing this for 4 hours. I have drank like 2 bottles of water in this time. But okay, all right. That means it's time for a wrap-up. Wrap-up goes a little something like this. First of all, stay tuned, obviously, for later stuff. We should still be doing What's Up Tomorrow, I think. We can talk about all this other video game news stuff going around. And other things. Stuff. Like he can figure out where his poor FF16 copy is.
I'm gonna cry.
Will it have moved? I don't know.
It was in Missouri.
Yeah, I don't understand sometimes. But next week we'll be back in with more stuff. And luckily, yeah, that'll be the weekend, so I'm gonna have to start constructing Wanted Koyanskaya next week. Albert's keeping me busy. So keep your eyes out for everything like that. We'll catch up with you on those notes. No, YouTube, I will skip the ad for winding down the stream. So, and obviously, if there are any more banners for this first Paper Moon, we'll keep our ears out for that one, because you'll be damn sure if there are some new releases, we'll be yelling about stuff.
Much yelling.
So make sure to give this video a like. Leave a comment down below if you like. Make sure to sub to us to get more videos and streams. Ring the bell for notifications so you get an alert when we're streaming and stuff. And consider joining our channel memberships for membership badges and emotes. And also consider supporting us on Patreon. Like I said, I'm going to go work on the audio version of this. At any level on our Patreon for as little as $1 a month or about $10 a year, you can get access to the audio version of all Let's Talk FGOs and other podcasts we do like that, and some other stuff. At higher levels, you can get in on polls like Fan Servant Friday, get certain video releases like Wanted early, and at higher levels, you can listen to us record Let's Talk FGO live every week. And yeah, that's all I got there.
Well, then we're gonna get on
immediately.
All right, well, we're gonna get out of over here, everyone. Have a good evening. See you next time.
Bye.